Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. This is the world of Atlaran. We've entered the early stages of an industrial age that has begun taming the wilderness across the world. And while progress brings solutions, it also brings new and more complex problems, and tends to pick at old wounds left unhealed. The first trains have begun to run in the north along with airships, but the long-ignored issues of stolen land, pollution, and deforestation have begun to fester, to name only a few. But our focus and our second story is on one small group of new allies and their own struggles and battles against a changing, dangerous world. Our particular window in time falls 500 years after the calamity and the great shattering of Harris. With any luck, this story will resonate across time like the last.
Christmas Fortunemær, a dodgy charlatan formerly of the Jade Street Crows gang, but he doesn't remember that part of his life. With a 5-year memory gap and having only recently rediscovered friends he'd forgotten, Christmas is suddenly on a dangerous path left by his former self. Thankfully, he's a master of charm, theatrics, and disguise, and when those don't work, he has found family that, whether he remembers them or not, will fight to the last beside him.
Magda Wrenly, a professional mercenary and member of the revered Taiylor clan of monster hunters. With a wasting curse weighing on her shoulders that can't be dismissed by normal means, Magda has been left to search for an unconventional cure. Now, she's found herself with a group of allies she didn't ask for, and friends whose love she doesn't understand. Years of dealing with regret, ill health, and distrust have left her slow to ask for help.
Noah Borago, a cheery alchemist from Reese's Ridge and son of a well-known engineer and apothecarist. Noah's upbringing was colorful to say the least, leading to his expertise in potions and mechanical contraptions. He's out in the world to find new ideas and support the family business. But now, he's stumbled into a pile of issues that most rich kids from the suburbs just don't deal with. But in his own words, usually with a gun and a grin leveled at the current problem, "Don't you worry there, guy, everything's gonna be hunky-dory."
Foostrak Wildborn, a wandering warrior from the Nathar clan and student of the runic battle traditions of the Giantkin. Raised by folk who believed in the survival of the fittest, but refused to adapt to the modern world, Foostrak left the clan to seek outside knowledge to hopefully bring home one day. He is set on helping his people survive, even if they are stuck in their old ways and don't realize how badly they need his insight.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. I am your Dungeon Master, Taiylor Wallace, and joining me I have Taliesin Jaffe.
Hey yo, hi, my name is Taliesin Jaffe. I'm 100,000 years old. Go dance in a graveyard, read a pie or something.
Read a pie?
Eat a pie.
Oh, I thought you said read a pie.
That's what I thought too.
Pretty sure it's Read a Pie now. That's
Anyway,
you know,
Astrid, I shouldn't have made that joke. That's Astrid Knight. I have Blake Wolfe.
Chicken.
I have Zack Gale.
Thank you for joining us.
Oh god. And I've got Zack Koop.
I'm legally changing my name to Rita Pie.
All right.
Rita,
well, it was
I like
fun.
it.
Cousin
I like
of
it, I
Rita
like it.
Skeeter.
Rita
It was
Pie
fun, but,
lives in Reese's Ridge.
Oh, Reba Pie. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
I mean, we did find the voice claim for the Garden Lich, so...
we did.
You just gotta fucking stare at it like you're on LSD, darling! Just stare right into the flower, you
Is
feel
there-
so much better!
So it's just a trio of sisters. It's Rita Pie, Reba Pie, and Ruby Pie. Shockingly, Ruby Pie is the one that doesn't make the rhubarb pie, though. That's Rita. Rita makes great rhubarb pie. Ruby actually doesn't like rhubarb very much.
Oh no.
I just
Oh
want,
my
yeah,
God.
I'm down with making it as confusing as possible.
I think I just did. I just break Taiylor. I think I just broke
No,
Taiylor.
my brain just realized what you were doing, and internally my mind just went, shut up. But I was like, that would be rude, so I didn't say it.
Oh, it's rude to say it to Koop, but not to me or Ash. Okay, got it.
No,
Cool.
not at
Yeah.
all. There's differing levels of politeness in this group. Anyway, so, friends, last time, episode 31, Betrayer, Bewitcher, which is one of my favorite titles thus far. You guys set up at a guest house on the Veneer estate and began debating how to approach the Crows Constantis hideout, the Quarryside Foundry. You guys spent a night inside Walter's own arcane manor. Christmas got a chance to spend some time with Sala, and Jasper got to reveal his chosen name, Brothier. On the morning of Turin 24th, you guys received a visit from Sav himself, still in Lorcan's body. And after a lot of back and forth, you guys trying to make fun of him and him not really caring all that much, he may have revealed a little too much about how he's operating. At least it seems that way for Noah.
You convince people you're stupid, they give you too much info.
But Magda did receive an enchanted dog whistle without checking whether picking it up was accepting the deal.
It's not true. I did ask.
No, you
asked if
ask-
blowing it was accepting the deal.
You
and
did.
he told you should have asked that before you touched it.
No, there was a part beforehand where
Hold
I
on.
asked, like,
I
don't have to go back to the tapes,
No,
but like,
you
I
did
think there
ask
was a
it and he didn't answer.
miscommunication. Yeah.
There wasn't a miscommunication. You didn't set down the rules. You asked questions, but you didn't make rules.
These would be wonderful conversations to have when we're not playing.
Yeah.
Koop, your shirt is gorgeous.
Thank you.
These guys never do anything out of game.
I know. That's the problem.
Oh, I definitely.
But anyway,
don't know.
basically the deal is you get the dog whistle and you have to give Callum to Sav. So yay. Sav also, just because it's pick on Magda time, revealed that Magda has been keeping Jasper's uncle's death a secret. Which I believe nobody else in the crew knew about either.
Sure didn't.
In the midst of discussing how to move forward after Sav left, Christmas attempted a dispel on himself and got a very traumatic memory back.
It wasn't that bad.
Well, physically traumatic.
Trauma.
Um,
Trauma.
It wasn't that bad.
I go again.
I've had worse.
Anyway.
Trauma.
Anyway, you guys decided that, with a little bit of reasoning from Noah, you decided that the best way to possibly fight Sav at this point was to lean into the chess metaphor and turn all the pieces against him. And so you called for Tristan to come meet you. And he has arrived. Alright.
Look at this butcher. Isn't he neat? Wouldn't you think he's gonna cut off our feet?
So it is the probably later morning of Turin 24th. It is the New Year's Eve. It's mid-morning. Tristan Kepler himself has arrived, flanked by Volg, Irahim, and a blue tiefling, Antone. And
Little blue tiefling.
He's definitely not little.
Oh.
But he's not big either. Whatever.
He's an average.
He's an
blue
average
tiefling.
tiefling.
Most people are.
That's okay. There's nothing wrong with being average.
Yeah.
Some actually would prefer it to being large.
Yeah, it's a lot more comfortable.
So currently, Magda is outside in the guest house's garden. Foostrak is coming back from the actual Veneer Manor house.
Yeah, I figured I walked in with Tristan because I basically walked with them back in.
And then Christmas and Sala are inside with Walter, and then Gwyn and Jasper are in a separate room. So as you all stare at each other after Tristan has just directly addressed Christmas as Red and said it was good to see you again. What would you like to do?
Well, this is what you wanted, right? You wanted me to show up and hear you out?
Is that what this is?
I mean, we didn't take your airship, but if I recall correctly, this is what you wanted.
Alright. I assumed you all had something to say, being that you invited me.
Yeah, that would be the case.
Well, I don't know that we need to do that quite yet. I think I'd be interested to hear what you have to say. If I recall correctly, you did send me a letter a ways back asking for this exact scenario to take place.
Well,
asking me to hear you out.
Not exact. And you see him glance at Sala and Walter. Says, there are some people in current company that I would rather not be here, but I suppose I don't get to... What's the phrase? Beggars can't be choosers?
Well, and Walter did ask you to come alone, and I see that we can't exactly be choosers either.
No. Because I'm not that dumb. Or at least I like to think I'm not. Alright. So, I laid out most of what I had to say in that letter to you. That, I don't blame you for what happened. Not anymore. Not now that I've had time to think about it. But I do know who is to blame.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, you haven't updated your friends on some of this? Well, long story short, Gwyn and Sala can fall in a pit for all I fucking care. I think I've made that clear by this point, but Christmas here, he's one of the good ones, and I would like to have him back amongst the crows.
Right, yeah, no, they were all around when I read your letter to them, basically saying what happened. But no, you said you wanted to meet, you wanted to say your piece to me. I guess that didn't include anything that wasn't written in the letter. You mentioned you know how I'd lost my memory. You
I do.
know all sorts of things. So why don't you start talking, and then we'll let you know why we felt like it was okay to ask you here.
Well, where would you like me to begin? Do you have any specific questions, perhaps?
Yeah, why was I laying in a ditch missing a couple fingers with some bullet holes in me when the Martithelian attacked?
During the attack? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
No? Okay. You're in good with the Martithelian now. Has anyone told you why they just showed up and started attacking that day? Knew where we were?
No. I've not been able to figure out exactly how that happened, but I have my suspicions.
Okay.
And you see him glance at Sala.
Okay. Who wiped my memory?
Watch your memory. Did he say he knew?
Do you want me to send you the letter?
No, I have it in front of me.
Yeah, he did. Well, he specifically says, you want to know what happened, why you can't remember, I'll gladly tell you. I did my homework.
This was a while ago.
It sure was.
I did homework too, just not this homework. Yeah. He nods slowly. He says, "Yeah, I suppose you deserve that much, don't you? Been through a lot these past, how long's it been now? 5 years or so?" Alright, well, that was supposed to be your cue to talk, but I know how you are.
Yeah, I figured the question was rhetorical.
Well, the reason your memory shut up, tight. Buddy, you gotta be quiet. I'm doing a thing.
He's so sweet.
Come on.
I love him.
Shut. No, not there either. You're gonna fuck up my computer like you always do. God.
Real quick, Taiylor.
Yeah.
If I can make a retroactive insight check, is Tane in the room?
No.
No.
He's outside.
Okay, never mind.
In that sort of vein, Tristan has like fully stepped in, whereas Irahim and the blue tiefling have sort of kept to either side of the door. Tane is outside. Volg is directly next to Tristan.
Okay.
Let me grab some notes here.
Is it bad that I want to pet Volg so bad?
Yes. Yes, it is.
He does look like a good sweet boy. He's not like arguing or anything. Or he's not
arguing?
Why did I say arguing? He's not growling or anything.
Oh. Can you imagine the dog just walked in and be like, "Oh my god, you guys, I can't believe." Like,
are you going to listen to this bullshit?
Right.
Also,
Tristan,
if the dog does start mauling you, I have a thing.
Tristan,
Maybe.
He crosses his arms and he sort of sits back on his heels a bit. He says, "Well, I may have been bluffing ever so slightly when I said I know who did it. I have 3 suspects, and I'm positive it's one of them."
So helpful.
What? He says, the first, of course, being, and he nods toward Sala. Second being Lady Verinestra. And the third being Morrigan.
oh my god. Okay. Sorry.
What?
No, wait. Wait. Sorry, we're talking about face
You're
shit.
thinking
Are
of
we talking about
Ziegler.
Morrigan the god or Morrigan
Wait.
the stave holder?
Not Morgan. Morrigan.
Yeah, the god.
The triple goddess, yeah.
Oh fuck.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. No, that's cool. Are we going to be dealing with Maha and the other one as well, or
I don't know who that is.
Oh god. Okay. Cool. Continue.
Oh, the Irish mythology.
That's an interesting trio of suspects you have there.
Well, it's technically 5 if you really count, but you know.
Why the hell would a god want to get rid of my memory?
Fucking beats me. All I know is she works with Ross.
Interesting.
Yeah. I have it on good authority that this court of reckoning that he says he's part of is actually Queen Morgan's court. But I suppose I'll have to ask him to see if I got it right.
Were you bluffing about the house always getting what it wants, too?
No, not at all.
No, you weren't bluffing about how you don't mess with that part of the food chain?
I try not to.
Try not to? Interesting. Well, you're the second person to come through that door this morning. The first one was Sav.
All right.
Offering us a deal
Typical.
to kill you.
That's cute.
So you're aware that he's
No,
not
I just think
necessarily
it's
your biggest
cute
fan.
that you think I would believe that. Or that you think Sav could kill me.
I hold up the whistle that he gave me.
That's mine.
Not anymore.
Yeah, Sav
present.
gave that over.
You really think that you're his favorite or something? That you're the only person he's not going to try to fuck over?
Oh no, he hates my guts. I know he does.
Okay.
But I am the best he has.
Really?
Not anymore. He views you as a liability now.
Yeah.
Question for the DM. So I have an ability called Magical Tinkering where I can put a recorded message into a stone. Can I put a message in it that I heard?
That would be retroactive, wouldn't it?
Hold on.
Well, but it says a 6-second long recorded message. And I don't know if that means like the message can come out of my head or if it has to be something that it physically hears, but a stone can't hear. So I would think it would be coming from me. It's called Magical Tinkering.
Let me read the details.
It said up to 25 words of text.
You utter the message when you bestow this property on the object.
Balls. Never mind. I thought maybe I
So-
could like show him. Okay.
Well, the static visual effect doesn't really help.
No. Okay. I
No,
wanted
for
to. That's fine.
for something like this, like you're thinking more of in the realm of like not telepathic bond, but the spell that allows somebody to dig into your head for memories. But Tristan would have to do that to you.
I wasn't sure if I could pluck one out of my head, like where Saab said, "Hey, I want you to kill Tristan."
I don't believe so.
Okay, that's fine.
Just Dumbledore it. Just-
Yeah, just pull my weird my weird semen memory out of my head.
It did.
That's what it looks like, you guys.
did.
And then the
did.
face he
Yeah.
makes on top of it, he finished.
Yeah.
Gross.
So let me pull up Tristan's sheet here because he has some nifty shit that he can do. Yeah.
Do you really think that we would go this far to asking you here just to lie to you about that?
I don't know. I don't know what you're about these days.
Let me just say, Tristan,
Yes, Miss Wrenly.
I got her back, and I'm going to gesture to Gwen. I got
She's not
her
in there.
back.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
she's
not in
not?
the room.
She and Jasper are in a separate room
Okay.
because
I missed that
Jasper's an upsetty spaghetti right now.
Yeah.
I got Gwen back from you,
She did.
and let me just say, I wouldn't want to put her anywhere near you if it wasn't fucking important. So, take
Mr.
that as a
Kepler-
show of good faith.
And if it helps, I can't lie for shit.
I know.
That's very true.
So we had Sav here, and he asked us to kill you because he views you as a liability.
And us, because let's be real, Sending us after you is not going to do much except assure mutual destruction. Which I think is exactly what he wants.
It's a very convenient story.
There's also somebody who's setting us both up because Sav didn't know that we weren't the ones that turned you in, but someone put our names on whoever gave your description away.
To the AMC.
But they had more information than we had.
And he looked straight at Sala.
I knew he was going to.
So, you don't even tell your boyfriend what you're up to now? And Sala sort of pulls back. She's sort of holding herself.
I'm so
she
excited to listen to divorced parents snipe at each other. This is my favorite. Man.
Sala doesn't snipe, though. But she doesn't say anything to him. She just sort of looks down. I mean, who else would have told him except her?
Could have been you.
You honestly haven't
Why?
been keeping very quiet.
The hell would I tell anybody that I'm the Quarry Butcher? Stupid fucking name, anyway.
Maybe it was Sav.
I doubt it.
I don't think Sav did it. I think they've got the same problem that the collective has.
The only people that I don't trust in this room are the people that have recently walked in.
Well, hold on. What problem does the collective have right now?
That's not pertinent right now.
They have a mole.
No, I
they just
think-
don't know they have a mole.
Oh, okay.
And I think you've got the same problem.
No, I know who my mole is.
Okay, who?
Nathan, obviously.
I don't know who that is.
Make a deception check with disadvantage.
That's why I was staying quiet.
Forgot to get my dice out, so let's do that.
Yeah, that's literally why I didn't say shit.
Well, did you say deception?
With disadvantage.
Deception, natural 1 for 1.
Insight
I rolled a 1 and a 19.
7.
Ah,
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus
No
Christ.
idea who that is. Nathan.
Yeah.
Weird. He sounds like a strange-looking dude who probably doesn't have dead people in his bag for sure.
Mm-hmm. I know you met with him in Port Saris.
I don't know. There was so many plants.
Yeah, good job on that, by the way.
Thank you.
Makes you wonder how far someone has to fall for the people closest to them to all seemingly turn on him.
Are you trying to make a point, Christmas?
I don't think trying is the word.
Well, regardless. By the way, Mr. Borago, I've heard that your little accident in Port Saris may have actually caused the Almaden problem to not be solved, but get a little closer to it.
Yeah. What is it you people say? You'd like weird criminally people? You're like, oh yeah, you gotta break a few eggs if you want to kill a chicken or something like that. What is it?
I'm sure it's exactly that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll be real. Mr. Kepler here doesn't strike me as the type to make his way to places like Reese's Ridge.
Oh no, I was
Well-
talking about him. Back in Reese's Ridge, we say totally different things.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
can't tell the difference. We're
So
getting away
why-
from the point here, though.
Yeah, I noticed.
So why else, Tristan, do you think that we would bring you here? If we wanted to
Well-
ambush you, we would do it.
I just assumed you sucked at it, but you know, that's a good question actually. I'm not sure I understand quite what's going on here. I'm a big enough man to admit that I don't know what you're on about.
Well, we're kinda on that Sav ain't no friend of ours, and apparently he isn't exactly a friend to you.
No, he's not. I fucking hate his guts, but he's my boss.
Well, your boss wants you
Not
dead.
anymore.
Do you have some kind of proof for this? Titan? Shut up.
Is the whistle not good enough?
Magda just showed you the whistle.
The whistle, the fact that I can't lie for shit, and I know damn well you can tell when someone's lying.
Also, does him calling you a knight mean anything to you?
Who?
Sav.
Him calling me a knight?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a chess metaphor.
Yeah, with like a K.
He wasn't being really,
All those fucking
Kind to
people
you.
with their chess and poker metaphors and all that fucking nonsense.
We're playing so many games. I'm waiting for someone to come in with backgammon so none of us have any idea what's going on.
I can't because I don't understand how it works.
I actually am working on a
No one
homebrew
knows.
spell that's just called Uno Reverse, and it's just like a better version of Counterspell.
Yeah.
I like
Just spits the spell back.
So here's what I do know for sure. I know that outside of the crows, I haven't exactly earned myself that many friends. Not in the gamblers, not amongst, and he looks at Walter, your people, and certainly not amongst your group.
I think
So
it's actually,
I'm just going to
kinda-
be suspicious of everybody.
I think it's kind of interesting that you think that doesn't include the crows when you've admitted to having your own mole, and well, there's just as many former crows in here as there are current crows.
Fair enough. But any motions to the crows that are with him, he says, I trust these gentlemen with, well, I don't trust anybody with my life, but I trust them with the lives of the people that mean the most to me in the crows. So, I'm not terribly bothered if there's a couple leaks in my group. They'll be dealt with.
Right, because these folks here are loyal to you,
Yes.
and you
Unlike
value
some.
loyalty above all else.
Yes, I do.
So how do you feel about Sav deciding not to be loyal to you anymore either?
Make a persuasion check.
Mid, but my persuasion is very good, so it's an unnatural 20. I love bards.
I thought about doing a bard for campaign 3 at one point.
Instead, you decided to go full dark mode.
You too?
Next
Yikes.
campaign is going to be so
Oh God.
fucking
Bleak.
emo.
G.
Yeah,
G.
except
for
for my
Ben.
character. Yep. Mhm.
Yep.
Good. We need it.
I have to balance you guys out. My God.
Yeah. But anyway, Tristan stares at you for a good long moment, and you feel Sala's grip on your arm tighten ever so slightly. All right. You have my attention. So, what exactly is in it for you all if you kill me, other than getting rid of me?
Gee. Let me count the reasons why. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to kill anyone.
Oh,
I think that Sav has ruined a ton of lives, including your own. I think your dedication to someone like Sav is the reason why you find yourself in all of these messes. And getting rid of Sav could be as beneficial to you as it would be for us.
And how the fuck do you figure that?
He has a hold on my soul.
Lucky you.
If we get rid of him, that goes away.
And if he wants you dead, the house always gets what it wants. So do you want to try to stop him? Or do you just want to let him have his way? Or do you really think that you are powerful enough to take him on by yourself? You'll forgive me. Ibrahim over here is a crack shot with a rifle, but I don't think that's going to be too much help against Sav.
Yeah, well, Sav can't really do so much, so I'm not that worried.
Now.
There's far more powerful. Yeah, there's far more powerful people in the world than us. There's other people he can worm his way into their lives and get them to come after you. It's only a matter of time.
Hold on. I just have one simple question. Why, assuming all of this is true, why should I make myself vulnerable by teaming up with y'all against Sav when I could be opening up myself to a stab in the back at any moment? Why should I trust you? Especially with her. And he points at Sala.
She still loves you. She still loves the man that you were. And I think that Sav took that away. Your feelings for Solid, they're your own. And you got some issues, man. You really got some issues. You gotta be able to move on, but to answer your question, because we're doing the exact same thing for you. Isn't that how trust is built?
You want to build trust? Because I ain't going to give you any just because you asked.
Trust is earned.
If you want to build and earn some trust, well then, that might be something I'm interested in.
How do you propose we do that?
I have a couple errands that I need running. I apologize. That sounded very,
Ominous?
No, that was a bit of a put down. I have something I need done that I cannot do myself. And I would rather not risk my best guys.
Well, that's very interesting, Tristan, because you have something that we want. So it sounds like potentially we could work together.
I'd be willing to make that deal. You do a quick job for me, and Christine Borago goes home untouched.
What do you want done?
Well, it just so happens, and I'm sure you're already aware of this, it just so happens that the Atlaran Mercenary Company is having a little party tomorrow night. And here in Constanos, there's a dinner beforehand being hosted by the one and only Lord Arthur Dyne. And Lord Dyne is one of the senior members of the Jewelers Guild. Now, Lord Dyne is a very upstanding individual, has a very good reputation in this city, only because people don't know that he dabbles in the illegal almost as much as any of my usual crows. He makes a certain type of object that I need. And I hear he has a little bit of a stash of them in Dyne Manor. I want the box. I want them all. And as bonus, whatever I don't need out of that box, y'all can keep.
What's in that box?
Know what they
Oh,
are.
hell, I suppose I can tell you. Y'all know that I work with Residuum quite a lot. There are two types of Residuum currently known across the realms. There is the sort of Residuum dust that you get out of processing, and there are Residuum crystals that form naturally in places where magic overflows. You've probably seen them in Frosthold.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Dyne specifically harvests illegally these Residuum crystals, and he shapes them into a sort of amulet. How to explain it? I believe the official name is Emergency Interplanar Traversal Stones. But what they really are is an oh shit button. They are amulets that are made of a metal that attunes to a plane.
Mm-hmm.
And the center of the amulet or ring or armband or belt or whatever the fuck shape you have it in is made of a Residuum crystal disc. And basically what happens is you put this amulet or object on, and if you need to get the fuck out of Dodge real fast, you grab it, you rip it off, and you are either teleported or plane shifted to the safe location stored in the amulet. We refer to them colloquially as ripcords.
Cute.
Yeah.
That is a little bit better than the actual name. That was a lot of words.
Yeah, some people call them traversal stones, but they're not stones. I don't know where the fuck that name came from.
Can I lean over to Walter really fast and just whisper to him, like, is this Lord Dyne any relation to Amelia?
Yes.
I knew it.
Father?
It's her father, yes. I hate him.
Oh, good. So you won't mind if we rob him blind. Great.
Oh no, I will absolutely mind.
Walter,
What?
it's for a good cause here.
I don't know if I would call this a good cause, Magda.
Oh, by the way, Tristan, we should probably
Yes.
tell you, Walter knows all about the fuckery that you did in his life. So
Yeah, I did.
he's Well, two of you are
You
on
and
great
Saab.
terms right now.
Yeah, don't blame me for what Saab did to him. I didn't have much part in it.
No?
Oh, shut the...
I mean, I was there for some of the moments, but I wasn't the
And
one doing the
complicit.
orchestrating.
Didn't forge a will or anything like that?
Alright, I did that, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Why, just out of the goodness of your heart?
that was the original intention, yes. And he looks over at Walter, who has been staring kind of blankly ahead most of this time. But now that you guys have shifted the subject toward what's happened to him, Magda, you'll be able to see he's got a white knuckle grip on the gun on his hip. And Tristan looks at him and says, "Listen, Walter, I'm sorry. I really am that all this happened to you. But I didn't have a choice. You didn't have a choice. But the one thing I did have a choice about was taking in another little brother, which is exactly what you are to me. So don't you think for a fucking second that all this shit was just to screw you over. I managed to talk Sav into a lot of things to spare you some of his worst ideas." Walter is just staring at him, unblinking.
Did it cross your mind to talk him out of you working with Fomorians after they killed Amelia?
I didn't have any choice in working with Fomorians.
Huh.
You remember that whole thing about the house gets what the house wants? It's one of them things.
Okay. But you talked the house out of a couple of things.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Just-
not killing Amelia.
I did not know that was going to happen.
Can I make an insight check on that?
Sure.
Yeah. And I don't know. 10.
I won't tell you what he rolled, like skill-wise, but I will tell you it's 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured I did. Oh, shit. But...
From what you can tell, Tristan's pretty good at keeping a lock on some more volatile emotions, but you see him get kind of pull back a little bit when he says that. Like there's genuine regret there. And he says, "If I had had the slightest inkling of what might have happened to Amelia," and he looks at Walter, he says, "I never would have let you all go into the Feywild. Sav be damned." I don't know what the rest of y'all think of me, but Red is right when he says loyalty is the most important to me. And although I have done some decidedly horrific things in my life, I have taken care of my people as long as they stay loyal. And that has been the case with Walter up until y'all got your claws into him.
I don't see any disloyalty here. We're not stabbing you in the back. You're welcome. That was bad. Sorry. I have a terrible poker face.
Yes, you do.
Sav talked about all of us like pieces on a chessboard, even you.
Par for the course, yeah.
But a player can't do much without his pieces. If they won't move for him, then he's out of luck. If all
And
the
how
pieces-
do you propose to neutralize all the pieces on the board?
That's why we're talking to you.
Oh, you want me to neutralize all the pieces?
No, we want your help
No.
to do it.
You're one of them, Tristan.
Oh, I know.
And we don't need to take out all of them. We only have to take out the important ones.
Well, unfortunately, I do not quite know who all the other pieces are.
Well, we know one of them is in the Obsidian Collective. We just don't know which one.
We have a pretty
Yeah.
good idea, though.
No, I don't know why you're on Morgan and Vespa, because I don't think that's... I honestly think...
Oh, that reminds me of a thing.
that...
Keep going, keep going.
Also, stop saying
Uh-oh.
things out loud that we may not want Tristan to know. That we could potentially use as bargaining chips. You know, like who we think the person on the Obsidian Collective might be. That's
Who
the mole.
you think is on the Obsidian... Who's the mole in the Obsidian Collective? I don't think... There's also, like, 13 other people on there. And Sav said they don't know who they are, so we're basically at square one. Again.
Well, that's
But
just not
we're-
true, but okay.
Yeah, no, we
How's
have
that
some
not true?
evidence.
About what?
This
We're not-
this is a conversation
This
for a
is-
later time. This is not important
Correct.
right now.
Oh my god.
Ash thinks that you got stuck on Morgan and Vesper just because of the Reggie thing, when I know that Sav can just look through my eyes, so that's why he said the Reggie thing. So I don't know why you're still stuck on Morgan and Vesper.
Ash, it's because Christmas knows that
thank
Sav
you.
didn't understand what it meant. You understand what it
Oh.
means, but Sav didn't.
Yeah,
So if
but
Sav
that's
was
the
looking
thing.
through
He's
your
not
eyes in that
always,
moment.
He
he's
can't
not
read your
always
thoughts.
He can't
looking
read your
through
thoughts.
my-
I understand.
Exactly.
I understand.
No,
this is still
but
not
if
a
he was-
conversation to have right now.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying.
Y'all
it's
got some
frustrating.
problems with your party cohesion.
That's
Yeah.
rich coming from you.
I have no problems currently.
No?
Except
We
being
don't
the most
have it.
wanted person by the AMC in the whole world with their face plastered on every wall.
Yeah, and
We
having
also don't
What a
have-
fucking achievement for me, huh?
self-accepted
Yeah, sounds like a problem.
moles in the
And
crows
he
you're
looks at
aware of,
Sala
and-
again. He looks at Sala again. He says, "Thanks for that. I appreciate it."
We
Still
also
don't think she did
have-
it, but okay.
I don't think she did.
Who the
either.
fuck else would have done it?
That's a good question. That's what we're trying to figure out, which is, you know, why we're
Honestly-
talking to you.
There are
Sav may
only
have done it.
3-4 people living who know my middle name. She's one of them.
Great.
Who are the other three?
Yeah.
Well, there's my dad,
Mm-hmm.
but nobody's heard anything from him in decades.
that you know.
There's Sav. Does Gwen know my middle name? I think she does. There, all 4.
Have you checked on your father recently?
Why the fuck would I do that?
To make sure he's still in prison.
Wait, does his brother not know
Why
his middle
would I
name?
care? Sorry,
Because
yeah,
if
make that
there's-
5, Nathan.
Yeah.
If there's someone out there who knows what you look like and knows what you're doing and could be connected to you, wouldn't you want to check in on them? Aren't you the king of tying up loose ends? Seems like you're sleeping on the job a little bit.
And what makes you think my deadbeat murdering father is a loose end?
Because he's very easily manipulated.
Also, I wouldn't go calling the kettle black there, because you're also murdering deadbeat.
Thank you. I don't give
Forgotten
a
people
fuck.
are very useful.
What the fuck is he gonna do? Yeah, he killed
knows?
somebody, but that's about it. He's
I
never
would
done
say-
a thing of worth in his life.
Probably the person you expect the least is the one who's probably doing.
Well, the person I suspect the least is probably your little kobold friend.
For what?
For giving me away, but I don't know, that drawing on the bounty poster looked almost exactly like Sala's handiwork, so
Well, he didn't have all of that information. How would he know your fucking middle name?
and he looks at Sala.
I don't know if it was apparent to
He doesn't
everyone
make
yet,
contact
but
with
he thinks
Sala.
the train is derailing, guys.
Okay.
He thinks that Sala, this is not in character. Let me just say this is not in character. Tristan thinks that Sala told the AMC he was the Quarry Butcher.
Oh, I know that,
Okay.
and I think he's wrong.
Okay.
I think so too.
He refuses to be convinced.
No, that's fine.
Unless you guys have proof.
Also, Sala's not fucking fessing up either, so... what
She's
am I
not
gonna
saying
do
a
about
fucking
it?
word.
Yeah,
right
she's
now.
10 feet away from her abuser. She is not obligated to do anything.
Yeah.
No, I know. Did I? Never mind.
Alright,
Man,
kids.
the animosity today, you guys. Wow.
Yeah. Tristan reaches into his coat and he pulls out a new cigarette and lights it up. Doesn't even ask if it's okay if he can smoke here.
It's not our house.
Yeah. He says, alright, so back to the actual useful shit. Are you guys in on this little favor in return for Mrs. Borago?
Yeah, we're in.
Christine first.
No.
How about proof of life?
No, Foostrak, don't ask for that. That's when they send you fingers and shit. Don't. That's
Yeah, no.
That's
do
not
that.
proof of life.
that's.
To be fair,
I think...
I don't do that.
Well, here's the thing, Tristan. We're doing this for you, not just because of getting Christine back. We're doing this here to show our good faith.
Yeah,
We're
have
not
good
going to
faith
stab
that
you
she's
back.
alive and go fucking do it.
We don't have to kill Arthur, do we?
No.
No.
No, we're just stealing from her.
Okay.
In fact, it would be
making
preferable
sure.
that no one knew that you were the ones stealing things.
Ooh, you
That
obviously
way-
haven't met this group.
Well, I figure you took out an entire fucking back of a train.
Yeah.
If you get caught, just blow them up. No witnesses.
Hmm.
And also, I don't really think anybody of worth in this city would be that upset if Arthur Dyne lost his beloved mansion. Maybe his daughter. Maybe her. But she's on the council, so it doesn't matter. I typically interpret silence as no.
Well, I mean, I
No,
kind
do
of
it.
you kind of got us by the short and curlies. We don't have much other choice. On the plus side, only a few of us are actually AMC members, so be able to scout around while the rest of us slip in.
Well-
We
You guys are allowed to take +1, so you can get as many people in as you really want to. But as long as that box and all its contents get to me.
Well, here's the deal. We'll do this as long as everyone else says it's okay. When we're done, you're going to give Christine Borago back to us.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
Alive.
Yeah, that. And then we're going to keep working together. You ain't going to double-cross us. We ain't going to double-cross you. You're going to leave Gwen and Sala alone. You're going to leave me alone. You're not going to hurt us. And we'll help take care of your solve problem. And here's the reason why. Because if we don't do that, and we don't get Christine Borago back in one piece, alive, you ain't gonna have to deal with me. You ain't gonna have to deal with Mr. Broadhorn here. You ain't gonna have to deal with Miss Wrenly. You're gonna have to deal with Mr. Borago here, who nearly destroyed an entire continent on accident. So you may want to consider the repercussions of double-crossing someone like Noah Borago.
See, now, Red, this is why I told you some of your friends are interesting and they should become crows.
If I become a crow, will you just give my mom back and then I don't have to steal all this stuff?
Well, that's an interesting idea. How could I guarantee your loyalty?
I mean, it depends on what you want done.
Well, I do want these crystals, and I honestly think that y'all should want them too, because you're going to get some of them.
Okay, so where does he keep them in this place?
In a vault underneath the manor.
Cool, easy. That's it?
I mean, I don't know the specifics because no one's been able to get in.
Cool.
We can figure it out.
Here's
Who's got that jade coin?
jade coin.
Don't worry about
Not
it.
you. I'm not talking to you.
Is this another one of those things you shouldn't have said out loud?
No.
Probably.
It's a coin. It's made of jade.
He reaches into his jacket and produces another jade coin. Says, "Is it one of these?"
Oh, does yours do cool spells?
I mean, it has a spell stored in it.
Which one?
It's just like a proof of membership thing. Everyone gets one.
No, they are given to, they're given to members of the Crows as rewards for deeds well done.
Cool.
This
Well, I'm going to
one-
be expecting at least 2 or 3 of those when I get back.
You need to be a crow in order to earn these.
Hello, what am I doing?
Are you joining?
We'll see. You'll
I
have to
mean,
sweeten the deal for me.
Pretty much all of you are welcome, except for Sala and Gwen. I think we could be a very interesting team.
That's kind of why we're having this whole conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Well, I'll tell
would
you what. Yeah.
I would like to also clarify, once we take care of the solve problem, we all part ways and we all leave each other be. We don't bother you, you don't bother us.
We may have to talk out details of how that's going to work, but I'm willing to give that a shot. By the way, Miss Wrenly, what did Sav charge you for that whistle?
It's none of your business.
Well, I think it is, because I want that whistle back, so I need to know what you paid for it.
I don't think this you're going to be able to pay back.
Try me.
There was someone that saw double-crossed a long time ago that I took his place and he wanted him back.
Oh, Callum. Callum Wright, yes.
You know Callum?
I
He
know
does.
of him. Yes, Sav told me all about that. So, you promised him Callum Wright.
It was a ambiguous conversation that he took
It
advantage
typically
of.
is.
You don't need to worry about that.
I want that whistle.
Great, so what are you going to do for me then?
Well, clearly I gotta go get your ex-boyfriend.
You don't need to do that. I can do that myself. What
Are
else can you
you
get?
comfortable sacrificing him for a fucking dog whistle?
I said I can do it myself. You don't need to concern yourself with him.
Well, it's my dog, so...
Tell you what, I'll give it back to you if you let Christine go now.
No.
Great. Well, this is mine then.
That's alright, I'll get it back another way. And he looks down at Volg, who's still, like, healed at his side. Says, you know he's friendly.
Mr. Kepler, I got a question for you.
Hmm?
What is he?
Good question. I have
Because he ain't just a dog.
I have no fucking earthly idea.
Who?
Well, that was
gave
less helpful
him-
than I thought it would be.
Who gave him Volk again?
Sav.
Sala
Well-
did.
Sala and then Sav
Yeah.
brought him back.
Yeah, Tristan looks at Sal and says, Volg was a wedding present.
And apologies, everyone. I do not know what happened there to cause so many issues, but we have returned.
Okay, cool. So,
Where
what the fuck? Yeah, what was happening?
We were,
Y'all were arguing,
arguing with
Butcher.
each other while Tristan was sitting patiently at the other side of the room waiting for us to agree to what he wants us to do.
Yeah. Okay. Taiylor, when do those scrolls come through?
They would have popped up during this conversation.
Okay. Well, you guys will notice that Noah gets a couple of scrolls.
Yeah,
And
the
starts
first
reading
one.
them.
The first one shows up like super early on, and then the next one takes a little while into the
Okay.
conversation. But yeah, Tristan notices, but he doesn't say anything.
Right, so we all have a deal.
Do we?
Do we?
Well, it sounds like we're going to go
Oh my
steal
God.
some rocks. We're going to go steal some jewelry, and then we
yeah.
get Chris back, and
And then we
then
work together to bring down Sav, and then afterward we all leave each other alone.
Once this particular little heist is over, I will agree to a ceasefire with cooperation, and then we will see if that ceasefire lasts after Sav is dealt with.
Sounds good to me if
Tristan-
everyone else is okay with it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sure,
Mr.
whatever.
Wildborn.
I got one question.
Hmm.
Why serial killing? If I may, you seem very calculated,
Thank you.
and it was meant as a compliment. You are a very intelligent person. It doesn't seem to have the same kind of care that you seem to put into everything else.
Oh no.
Was that
it is
Sav's
all-
request, or?
It is all very carefully planned. That is why there have been almost no witnesses or survivors.
Are those by Sav's request?
Yes.
And why is that?
Consider it debt collection.
So it's targeting specific people.
Yes.
No witnesses or survivors to what?
Almost.
It is surprising that there have been survivors.
Yep. And you see him kind of glance out of the corner of his eye at the blue tiefling.
Interesting.
You know, I did get that stupid fucking moniker, but I assure you, I did not kill all those people myself. Not that it makes it any better, but...
Did Sav ever tell you why he wanted those people dead?
Oh yeah, he told me what they owed.
Owed?
I told you, debt collection. In fact, Miss Wrenly was coming up on my list here in a couple months, if not for this development.
What did Helena owe?
Oh, that one wasn't a debt.
Okay.
Personal?
No, just a request.
From who?
Who the fuck do you think? Sav.
Oh, well, why?
I don't know.
So you just kill people without asking?
I mean, it would be weird if you did ask people, hey, is it okay if I kill you?
No, I mean asking Sav why.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right, listen.
That was so on brand for Foostrak.
Yeah, it was.
Listen here, Mr. Borago. If we're going to be all friendly and buddy and whatnot, you know what? I will tell you why I was made to kill her. It is because I was supposed to be testing defenses.
Of her specifically, or like all the Arcanists?
The Arcanists were a trial run for the collective. Sav figured that if I was strong enough to kill a master Arcanist, he could start aiming at even bigger fish.
So was the goal to kill the collective, or was the goal to kill the Lycari and take their crystals back?
That is on the docket.
Yep.
But we're working our way there.
Well,
If there's one thing we've learned about Sav, it's that he does not come up with ideas on his own.
well, but here's the thing. Sav wants you dead. So
You keep
cool,
saying
your
that.
your trial run was successful. You killed Helena, good job. Practice run for the collective, but if Sav doesn't want you anymore, then who's gonna kill the collective for him?
And he points at Walter.
Huh.
That's unsurprising.
I think it's pretty clear you all know Walter's story at this point.
How much of that story do you know?
Most of it. And he looks at Walter, who is just staring murder at him.
Is it because... Can I do an insight check
On what?
on Walter and see if he's like... Is he
Yeah.
upset because this asshat is accusing him, or is he upset because he's giving away information
Well-
that Walter doesn't want us to know?
Go ahead and make
He's
an insight check.
upset that he was like,
Yeah.
Insight check.
Oh, that's not good. I believe I had -1 on insights. That's 3.
Well, Tristan just blew Walter's cover.
Oh, damn it.
Yep. Walter's been betraying you guys the whole time.
No, I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
You have any idea how we might separate Sav from Lorcan?
That's a tough one. I think... I don't personally know, but I do know someone who might.
All right.
We will discuss other favors and connections after this little outing.
All right, wonderful. So we're all copacetic. We'll go get you shiny
No.
rocks and
We are absolutely not. Not until you get me what I need.
yeah,
And-
that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to move this along here a little bit because honestly, I hate looking at you. So we're gonna go get the stuff from Lord Dyne, and you're gonna give us back Christine. We're gonna work together to get Sav down. We'll discuss the details later, and we'll all sit down for tea and crumpets. Is that it? Did I miss anything?
Well, that's all I care about currently.
Great. All right. Ta-ta.
Any
Actually,
glances?
Mr. Kepler, one last question. You've been keeping pretty good tabs on all of us. You wouldn't happen to know where my wife is, would you?
Waif and Stormhoof?
Yep.
I believe she is aboard an airship headed for Constance currently. Should be about 4 weeks before she gets here.
She's safe?
For now.
All right. I got a letter from her. I'm just making sure.
Did Sav ever tell you about anybody as powerful as you, besides Walter?
Walter's not as powerful as me yet.
Anybody else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I suppose you could say Lorcan, but that's a different form of power, and he lost it with his memory, so not really that useful now.
Okay.
By the way, if you're curious, I would recommend reaching out to Ross, because he may have some connections that could free Lorcan for you. We'll consider that one a little freebie and a show of friendliness.
Cool. Thank you for telling us something we already knew.
Well, how can I know what you already know?
Okay, this was fun, you guys.
Yeah.
You know, next time we should really get cake, and it'll be great.
Noah does commission some great cakes.
Mm-hmm.
Am I excused?
Yeah, get the fuck
you-
out.
Have been for a while.
Happy New Year, y'all. And he turns and heads out.
Tristan.
You're a... Yeah. He pauses in the doorframe. Yes?
You always have a choice. Sav made it harder for you to make the right one. Doesn't mean you didn't have a choice.
I don't think I need talking to about right and wrong choices from you, Scald.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, out.
He
No.
he heads off without another word. Irahim follows behind him, but the blue tiefling sort of hesitates and looks over you all.
You gonna hang out
What?
here, Orin, or are you gonna take off as well?
Well, I'd hope to say hello, but
Name
I
Orin?
don't
Mhm.
think we're on that friendly territory yet. And he looks at the rest of you and says, "Yes, my name is Orin. I am an old friend, I suppose you could say."
Aren't we all?
Orin, like Final Fantasy X Orin, or Orin,
Close.
like Make a Wish and like Save Fantasia Orin.
Auran
Ah, it's completely different. Okay.
codes.
Now, do you
Inspired
mean
by
like?
mine.
Do you mean friend like with like quotation marks around it, or
No,
like friend?
I do mean actual friend. I I think it's pretty clear I chose the wrong side, but what can you do now?
I mean, truly, whatever you want.
Seems
Yeah,
like you're in hot
honestly.
water from what I'm seeing.
I've been in hot water for a very long time.
Hmm.
But, while the boss is off thinking about things, I do actually have something that might be of use for your friend Lorcan. If you care to know.
Sure.
So it's no secret that Sav is using Lorcan's body. The real Lorcan is in there somewhere. He you may not remember what's happened to him, but I have a feeling that if we can get Sav within the collective's reach just for a moment, we could probably force him out of there with a powerful spell. Or you all could seek the aid of Droval Easterland or Karth. Karth did it before, he could probably do it again.
Hmm. It sounds like a whole lot of people that are a real pain in the ass to try and get in touch with.
Well, Karth and the collective, probably, but Droval Easterland is a rather helpful fellow and dear, dear friend to Karth, so maybe that's an option. I just thought I'd tell you what your other avenues are. All right.
Okay, thanks.
He turns, but he glances back over his shoulder at Sala and gives her a little smile. Says, "Glad to see you're alive," and he heads out the door.
My upstairs neighbors have chosen this moment to vacuum right above me with the loudest vacuum cleaner I have ever heard in my
I don't
life.
hear anything.
I can't even hear it.
I can literally
Yeah.
see that it's being picked up on my mic, but I can hear it and it bothers me. So yeah. Anyway,
So after the crows head out, the door to the side room where Jasper and Gwyn went opens up, and Gwyn steps out, taking a deep breath, but also looking a little embarrassed. And she says, I'm sorry, I wasn't brave enough to come out while they were here.
I think that that's understandable. I wouldn't be too concerned.
I overheard everything. Or, whoa, no, she's not Irish. I overheard everything, and, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm fucking terrified.
Well, on the plus side, he seems like a very charming individual.
He's very good at that, yes. She turns and looks at Sala, who is just sort of sitting with her, like, not with her arms crossed, but just her arms wrapped around herself. She's staring at the floor. She has not said a damn word the entire time. And Gwen walks over and just pulls her in against her side. So I guess we're going to a party tomorrow night?
Yep.
I don't see a need to go to a party. I could just go get the stuff now.
Probably would be less security.
Yeah.
But
I think the reason
I don't think that's true.
I think the reason he suggested the night of the party is because the security is going to be distracted with all of the other people.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. All
They're
the
going to
security's
be-
probably...
They're going to be keeping people out of parlors and bedrooms and keeping them from pocketing little valuables. They're not going to be all that worried about the vault that nobody knows how to get into anyway.
It'll be easier to stealth when there's other louder things going on in
Exactly.
the estate.
Gwen.
Yeah.
Sala. One of two things is happening here. Either Tristan is lying because he either thinks it's the truth or because he's trying to turn us against each other, or he's telling the truth. Now, I love both of you. There is nothing you can say that is going to make me think otherwise. But I need to know. Did you betray him, and is that why a Modathelian showed up that day?
And they look at each other, both shaking their heads, like checking to see if the other did it. And Sala finally speaks up. She says, You never would have dreamed of doing that to him. Even after what happened. Because everybody was hurt by that. Everybody was wounded. 4 people died. If we were trying to betray Tristan, we would have...
I'll just reach out a hand and grab her hand. It's okay. I believe you.
I know I fucked up, but I don't understand how he could think I would do that to him.
Because as calm and collected and calculating as he seems to be, that man is messed up in the head. Something bad.
There's one other thing to worry about, too.
Add it to the pile.
Just one.
Who gave his information over to the AMC? Because Stala, he thinks it's you.
I didn't.
What about you, Gwen? You're
No.
another one of the...
I didn't know his middle name. Honestly, my strongest theory right now is Nathan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
That's why I think he's not the one.
Well, It is pretty convenient that that happened right after we met him.
Yep.
So,
But Tristan knows he's a double agent.
He sure does. I'm going to cast Sending real quick. At 3rd level. Let me hold my character sheet here real quick because I have to pull it back up after I restarted everything. To make sure I have one of those left. I do. 3rd level, Sending to Nathan. We just met with Tristan. He knows that you're a mole. Tread carefully. We did not tell him.
I was going to say, make sure to add that part.
Yep.
Is that it?
That's it.
Cool. Doesn't send.
I figured he's already dead.
Fuck.
Oh god.
Well, folks, I have some news.
He's dead, yeah.
The message did not go through. I would assume the most likely reason is that our friend Nathan Kepler is no longer among the living.
Tristan wouldn't do that.
But
Sav might.
South might.
And Walter speaks up. He says, no, Tristan wouldn't do that, even if Nathan was a traitor.
Walter, how are you
Tristan.
doing?
Just fucking peachy, Foostrak.
So that's a no.
Walter, he's just trying to be nice.
I know. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's a high attention day. I should also probably mention Leon and Marceline have more than likely fled the estate. I may not have broken the news to them in the best way. Next time that we have to do that, I am probably not the person to do it.
It's fine. We didn't need them, and honestly, it's probably safer for them anyway.
Yep.
Safer for us too if Leon ends up being the mole.
I have some
Leon's
information
not.
about that actually. I got a couple letters. I'm sure you guys noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Kenna did respond and let me know that she's still suspicious of Hannah and Leon, but her suspicion is starting to shift towards Kit because he is no longer speaking to anybody. I knew this was coming. He's no longer telling people what he's doing, and he's not traveling with Nix or Ren or Kenna or Burke anymore. He's off on his own.
Is that strange?
Spending most of his time on the Almatum project.
Oh,
as
I was
well.
getting there.
Yeah, that's a big fucking problem.
So the other part of that is that I also sent a letter to Alistair to let him know what was going on as well, because he's kind of our outside piece to the collective. He said that Kit is working mostly with Verentiarta, the elk person, and trying to save him because he's about to die. And they're, trying to stop stuff. It looks like they're working on it, and they want our help, which we're probably not going to be able to do.
I mean, we can put that.
Yeah.
We can put that over there with the rest of the fire.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to give you an update. So, wait. What's this stuff? If it's still like this, oh, I did mention to I did mention to Alistair that the core may have come back to the material plane, and he said the only way that we would know who it was is if they suddenly became extremely powerful. And what my thought is that the reason Tristan is being gotten rid of is because Sav already has an ace in his hand.
Yeah.
And he can turn anybody into the amplifier, and I look at Walter. And a magic user would benefit the most from being introduced to the core.
I don't have...
Whether by their own volition or being forced. Sav has already proven that he can possess people. He's already started adjusting you again. And on top of that, he doesn't need your permission.
Yeah.
I know that.
That would also kind of tie into your lineage, I suppose, in a way. Don't worry, we're going to keep an eye on you. That's cool.
I'm going
Is
to
there a bar in here?
I'm going to be extremely honest with you all. I think I'm having a panic attack.
Breathe.
Breathing hurts.
Yeah, no, that's fair. No, you got to stretch it out. Yeah.
All right. Look, I think we've all had a long day, and it's only like
It's not even noon.
No. So, why don't we start preparing for this gala thing? We can all take a half a sec so that we can get all our shit together for this party and plan out what our attack is going to be. And then we go to the thing, we get the thing, and then we'll go from there.
While Magda is talking, you guys see Sala sort of takes Christmas's arm again, and Gwen steps over to Walter, and she starts to like put an arm around him, and he's like, no, and she just pulls him into her side, and he like buries his face against her ribs. It is just, he just stays there.
I was gonna do that, but he wasn't very receptive to the last time.
No offense, Foostrak, but I don't think it's quite the same.
No, it ain't. Gwen, how's Jasper?
Not good.
I'm gonna
go check in with him.
Well, hold on. Gwen, you were with him last.
Yeah.
Do you think he's ready to talk yet?
I mean, other than what he said to you, he hasn't talked much.
You don't have to talk. Sometimes you just gotta sit. Also, if there's any booze in this place, I feel like we could all use a drink.
There is a wine cellar.
All right, yeah. If anybody wants to crack into that, I feel like we could all probably use it. This has been a shit-ass morning.
Just make sure it's not full of blood.
Is there anything around here that fucking I can break? Because I really want to break some things right now.
This is a guest house on the Veneer estate.
Also, houses are very breakable.
I'm just saying, none of it's your stuff to break, but you can.
No, I get that. I don't give a shit.
There's like china cabinet, and there's some vases. There's windows. There's cutlery. There's plates.
I'm gonna go into like some of the, maybe not like the fine china, but like
just starts frisbeeing plates across the room.
Yeah, I'm gonna
make
go
the bends, the tines of all the forks.
I'm gonna go into like if they have like a cabinet with just like regular plain ass breakable plates, and I'm just going to gather up a bunch of those, maybe get a couple of like glass cups and stuff, and I'm just gonna walk out into the yard.
Okay.
I'm gonna spend my time smashing some plates.
Rage room.
Yep.
Okay.
What's Noah doing?
Well, there's a lot of things I want to do. Yeah.
I mean, you're about to get your mom back.
Maybe.
Hopefully.
I
Hopefully in one
want
piece.
to. I'm gonna go make a growth potion
Mm-hmm.
because I've got the stuff left to make one. And while I'm doing that, I would like to kind of think about the description of the core staff that Alistair gave me and see if I can think of anybody we've met along the way that had anything similar.
Okay. Make me an alchemy tool check for your potion.
Okay. That's going to be an 18.
That's it?
Yeah, I've made this potion a bunch.
Okay. Yeah, no, the way you said it sounded like there's more coming.
Nope.
Yeah, no, you're familiar enough with this recipe that you're good.
Okay.
Takes you about an hour.
Okay.
As for the core staff, you can either make me an Arcana check or a History check.
Which one's better? They're both the same.
Yeah, both intelligence.
Okay. Let's see how this goes. Motherfuck, I'm rolling like shit today. 9.
So you're trying to think of people who suddenly got more powerful or people who have an object that matches the core's description.
Correct.
Well, Hana Yukagara comes to your mind first because Echo looks like the core in its crystal form. And also, being a well-educated, young whippersnapper, you actually know what the core looks like from illustrations and whatnot. Thinking over the object or the description that Alistair gave you, nobody really suits that description except maybe Tristan?
Why is that?
Well, from what Sala and Gwen and Walter have told you over time, that moment where he suddenly started to change a lot, sounds like it maybe could fit the bill, but then your mind is like, wait, he keeps getting stronger and stronger. Is that the core amplifying, or is that him building over time by some other means? The short answer is you don't fucking know.
Okay.
The closest you have is Echo, essentially. But you do know what happened to the core. You intimately know what happened to the core because you've studied. You would basically have as much knowledge as the collective did on Obsidian Day about what happened to the core, which is that it disappeared when Ilarka was killed.
Okay. In the Astral Sea.
In the Astral Sea outside the Demiware, yes.
Which means literally anybody could have it.
Yep, because the Astral Sea is accessible through any realm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Christmas, what are you doing?
First, I'm gonna, while we're all still there, just turn to Walter.
He still has his head buried in Gwen's side.
You don't like all the touchy-feely stuff. I understand that, and not much for the flowery dialogue either, but I want you to know that I I could feel how ready you were to put a bullet through that man's head the whole time. And I would have been right behind you. And I just want to let you know that just being in the room with him, I think you are one of the bravest people I've ever met. And, Sala, that goes double for you.
I don't think it's bravery.
If it's not bravery, then I don't know what the fuck it would be.
Walter sort of pulls back a little bit from Gwen, but she keeps an arm on his shoulder, or keeps a hand on his shoulder. And he says, I don't think it's bravery either. And he looks at Sala, says, I think it's pure fucking stubbornness.
Call it what you want.
Oh.
Not everyone would be able to do what the two of you just did. And I'm proud of both of you for it. Whatever that's worth.
Well, I thank you, I guess. I'm going to go find a very cold surface to lay face down on until my chest stops feeling like it's collapsing. Any objections?
None, Your Honor.
Wonderful. And he heads down into the cellar and just kind of starfishes on the floor. But yeah, Gwen wraps an arm around Sala again and keeps her close to her side. Foostrak, what do you do?
I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay.
You two deserve some time together. Lord knows I've borrowed Sala enough over the last day. This disguise is worthless.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go change.
Gwen looks down at Sala, says, well, we're sort of at a ceasefire, so we could go for a walk or something like that. And Sala nods. And they head toward the door. They're not going to leave the estate, but they're just going to kind of go walk a bit.
Just walk past Magda screaming and smashing plates.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Gwen will just be like, watch your form.
Thanks.
Again, if you are the person in the future who is turning this into an animated show, this scene has to be in it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, none of us will be okay with it.
Nope.
Pause. Foostrak.
So I've gone into that side room where Jasper is. I assume he's probably like on a bed.
No.
Where's he at in there?
He's not
He's
there
not.
at all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
He's dead.
So there's just nothing in this room except for the furniture.
No sign of Jasper.
Like I am frantically searching, like
Make a
looking
perception
under
check.
the bed. That is an 18.
You will notice that one of the windows is ever so slightly cracked.
Yep.
I come tearing out of the room basically, and I'm running outside.
And that's where we're going to go on break.
Ah!
Yeah.
One of the assassins was outside as we were talking, so
Tane is not an assassin.
I think he
per
ran
se.
away.
Yeah,
I think he did
He's
too.
not
But he
an
could be dead.
assassin. He just stealthily kills people.
I mean, he does, but Irahim's the assassin. Tane is a scout, like Sala. Very good at killing, but that's not his job.
It's a break time.
Yes.
We'll see you soon.
We'll come back in 10 minutes. So let's round it to 120. Have 12 minutes.
Yeah, can you sandwich?
Ooh.
Cool.
You
Bye.
Bye!
Goodbye.
We need to work on our harmonization.
We back.
Hello. Welcome back. So, Foostrak.
I got to find my boy.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'm
What are you
searching all over the place. I'm sure that Gwen probably sees or hears me at some point
Yeah,
because I'm just thundering around.
well, Gwen went on a walk with Sala.
Yeah.
So those of you that are still in or around the house hear Foostrak panicking.
Yeah. As I leave the room and proceed to run outside.
Should I turn to Noah, I guess, or Walter, whoever's here? Probably Walter and Noah.
Walter's in the cellar,
Oh,
laying on the floor.
laying on the cold
Yeah.
floor.
It's me.
Should we be worried about that?
I don't know. He's not really the kind of person who does the emotional outburst thing. So yeah, maybe.
Jasper!
I suppose we should go help him, yeah?
Should we?
Wow.
Should we?
I mean, I guess so. Yeah, let's go out. Come on.
Yeah, we
I
probably.
just go tromping past the window. I'm like, Jasper!
I guess
the
I
boy is
will
missing and nobody cares.
change
except-
out of my disguise later. I'll go follow
I'll
Foostrak.
clean up my kit later.
Yeah, you see Foostrak running around like a chicken with his head cut off, yelling for Jasper.
Okay. Yeah, what's going on there, guy?
Jasper's gone.
Okay. Did he leave a note?
Not that I found.
Did you look for a note?
I mostly looked for him and found that the window was open.
Ah. Okay. Would I have any idea where Jasper goes? Like what his comfort place is?
Usually Foostrak.
Well, I know, but beyond that.
Nope.
Cool.
I'm gonna go look
Okay.
for a note.
Okay.
Is there a pond on the property?
Is there a
What?
flip flop in it?
A pond.
Yeah, there's ponds.
Okay, I'm gonna be checking those to see if there's a little orange crocodile head sticking up
I'll help.
because he enjoyed
Foostrak
that in
look.
Port Saris.
Make an investigation check. With advantage since Noah's helping, I guess.
Yeah. Just looking out for a crocodile.
So I've rolled once and it was a nat 20,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. You're good then. You can't roll any higher than that.
which gives me a 19.
Cool. Yeah, looking at the little pond that's not too far from the guest house, sort of set into a little garden area. You see fish, but no little crocodiles.
You see every fish in this pond.
Yes. Every
Yes.
single fish.
Every type of koi.
Okay.
I'm moving on.
I'll keep following him. We're looking.
Okay.
Do I find a note?
Make an investigation check.
Make a note check.
I got okay investigation. That's a math is hard. 14.
Being that you're specifically looking for a note, yeah, fuck it, I'll give it to you. You find, it looks like it accidentally got knocked down, but you find Jasper's journal, sitting just under the edge of a chair.
Open it. I go to the last page. Unless he writes from right to left, and then I go to the first page, which would still technically be the last page.
Left, right. Yeah, you get to his most recent pages, which you see are mostly to do with Port Saris and Ulmatum, because he hasn't gotten a chance to write down shit that's happened today, necessarily. But on the very last page, you see written in his very neat, very carefully cultivated, common handwriting, "I'm not mad at her.
I'm just disappointed."
I'm not mad at her, but I have to go.
Just take a moment to contemplate that. And I will use a 4th level spell slot to cast Sending.
Huh?
And I will send to Jasper. And I'm just going to say, found your note. Just want to make sure you're okay. Take as much time as you need. We'll always be here for you. I don't know why I'm writing in the air while I do this. It just feels like that's what there's somatic components. Anyway, that's what I say.
Different people cast Sending differently. Like, Walter writes it in runes in a circle. Some people just speak it. Some people actually write it.
There's a giant spectral quill. It's 10 feet long.
You
that I write the
dramatic
message
bitch.
with, yeah.
But yeah, you feel the message send, and Jasper answers back. He says, "I'm okay, but I should have gone home the moment he died. It's my responsibility now." And that's it.
Okay.
Well, he didn't die.
Yet.
Yeah.
Nah, it's fine.
Now I will go find Foostrak and Noah.
Jasper!
Jasper!
Dude,
Oh, hey there,
basically.
guy.
Hey.
Oh, guy.
All right, hey, you two.
Okay.
I will hand Foostrak the journal that has that. Show him the last page there. He's going home. I just talked to him. He's okay, but he's going home because that's where he feels like he needs to be right now.
Foostrak just looks fucking heartbroken.
Yeah.
Like you just see a fucking tear fall.
I'll put a hand on Foostrak. Hey, this doesn't have anything to do with how he feels about you. I'm gonna miss him, but this is what he feels like is the right thing to do, and this is not your fault.
What's around us right now?
A large estate.
More broken plates.
The same guest house that's been here.
At a different part.
Well, no, I mean, like, are we, like, would we be near a tree, or...
There's trees around, yeah.
Poor Leon.
Like,
Poor Leon, he's a fucking billionaire.
there's like hedges, there's smallish trees, there's
Like, next to us?
gazebo.
A gazebo?
Yeah, there's a gazebo. There's a couple. Sure, there's an oak tree nearish to you.
I'm beating the shit out of this oak tree.
Make an attack roll.
Make an attack roll.
The tree dodges.
It's actually an awakened tree.
It's a 14.
Yeah, that'll hit an inanimate object. Go ahead and do some damage. What's your unarmed?
Sorry, it's been a while since I've done an unarmed strike.
Do you get to roll your unarmed?
Yeah, because I have unarmed fighting for a fighting style. So yeah, that's going to be a big ol' 7 damage.
Cool. When you punch a solid object, you do as much damage to yourself as the object, so take 7 damage.
I would also like to interpret that I would be raging at this point.
Sure.
Yeah. So it's a little less.
Well, at least it's not the China. Then again.
Oh, actually, I also get 2 extra damage on top of that because of rage.
Cool. So 9 in half, round down 4.
Oh, I did 5. I thought damage.
You always round down.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like crying and just raging at the same time. I'm pissed.
Cool.
I take out one of my Vodro scrolls, since I have 2, since I stole one from Alistair. And I will address it to Jasper. And I'm going to pull a labyrinth here, and I'm just going to write, "Should you need us," and send it off to him.
That's really fucking cute.
Mm.
That's so cute. Okay. Yeah, you send that off. It sends successfully.
He's still alive.
He is.
Yeah, he got 500 feet away. He's still alive.
He's still alive.
Jesus Christ, we have no faith in this kid.
17-year-old cleric monk.
I do.
I have so much faith in his eventual demise.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You know, real shame that you gave him that Voyager staff that allows him to travel much faster.
Yep.
And get through shit that he normally wouldn't be able to. But yeah.
It's an expensive insurance policy for our adopted child.
Mm.
I mean, it will help keep him much safer.
It will.
Oh, I just almost said something.
That
really dark.
was a big part of the goal.
If it was an adoption joke, you don't get to make those. Only I do.
It was. It was going to be an adoption joke.
Yeah.
Wait, is it? No, never mind.
No, go for it. You can make that.
No, this is going on the internet forever.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't keep it to myself.
Anyway, yeah. So for you guys have the rest of Turin 24th and the majority of Turin 25th to yourselves. If you do intend to go to this dinner, gala, whatever, might want to think about some fancy clothes. Fancier.
Already got them.
Fancier.
Well, I was on the complete opposite side of the estate, so I still don't know Jasper's.
No, you don't. But I'm just telling you guys what the order of the next 2 days is. So
I bought a 3-piece suit. So
the celebration of what would be in the southern hemisphere the autumn equinox, but basically New Year's takes place over 3 days. There's sort of like there's Turin 25th, where there's just sort of like festivals, dinners, that kind of thing, and of course like New Year's Eve shit. And then there's New Year's Day, which will be Diath 1st of 502. And then there's sort of the like last hurrah, like let's have our fun before we have to go back to work on Diath 20 and on Diath 2nd. So for the afternoon of Turin 24th and the morning and midday of Turin 25th. You are free to do as you please and make your plans and shit. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll do something then. When Magda finally runs out of plates, I'm gonna go talk to her real quick.
I'm just like,
be like
hucking my last like couple final plates.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. Yeah.
That one had a good shadow on it. I can get this last one though, just all the pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Chuck it.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
Fish swallows a piece that falls in the pond
and dies.
Yep.
So, not to interrupt you or anything, but it looks like you're done. There was another piece of the letter that I wanted to share with you.
Okay.
From Kenna. She said that she said they did find another cistern under the other house that we blew up.
Figured.
And they also found instructions on how to create walkers.
Great.
Yeah, they apparently have figured out a way to do it where they're basically undetectable by magic or physically. So.
Sav was all like, the person who is a walker, or who is a mole in the Obsidian Collector doesn't know that they are.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe they might be a walker for Sav?
It's possible.
Great! That's bad! That's really bad! I'm gonna take another piece of the broken plate and just throw it, and it's like, that's less satisfying.
Also, not to make this worse, but since you're already upset, Jasper's gone.
What? What do you mean he's
left.
gone?
He went home.
Home where? What, to Blue Shore?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think he's the king of the kobolds now?
I don't think that's...
That was his uncle.
I don't think he's the king of the kobolds. Anyway. That's not his family. They treat him like shit down there.
That's what he chose. Foostrak's killing a tree currently. So, yeah. But yeah,
I
that's
gave
what's going
myself
on.
some more damage on that, by the way.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah. Actually, my thought, because you and I have learned about Marin and the collective quite a bit.
Sure, yeah.
There's one thing that we know that Marin was a walker, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's one thing that Marin had in common with a lot of people that we seem to be meeting, and that's a gap in her memory.
Not really.
She was dead for a while.
She did.
That's
have,
a gap.
That's not a gap in her memory. That's being dead.
She did have at least one blacked out area from.
But that was being resurrected.
Well, it was after she was resurrected, and no one ever figured out exactly what happened.
But if you don't know, know that you were dead, would you think it was a memory gap, or would you think?
I don't know. I just figured coming back from the dead is extremely traumatic, and that fucks with your memory. a little bit.
Maybe.
Why? What are you trying to get at?
There's a lot of people we keep meeting with gaps in their memories. And there's
You don't
also
think-
quite a few people we know that are redheads.
You don't think Christmas is a walker, do you?
I don't know. I don't think so. I have a feeling that he's more of a tool for the weird fey gods to play with.
Yeah. That's the thing, is like Varenestra. I mean, she wouldn't need to make him a walker. He already trips all over himself for her. And
Or used to, yeah.
Well, used to and still does. I mean, he made a fucking pact with her.
Yeah. There's something going on there. I'm not sure what it is yet, but there's something there. Anyway,
I mean,
Jealousy.
I definitely think she's the person who is responsible for his memory loss, but I don't know if he's willing to listen to that right now. But
yeah, there are lots of people with weird issues. So who knows?
yeah, really, who knows?
There's also a lot of the collective who like to work by themselves. And if they went missing for a while and were turned walkerish, nobody would really know.
Yep. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Kit.
Yeah.
I think it's him.
Do you really think I'd do that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
I think it's him.
Hmm.
We trusted him implicitly from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And,
That's because it sounds like the god was playing with our trust of our old characters and trying to use it against us.
Oh, if there's one thing that I know, you never trust God.
That's true.
But you keep making deals with them.
Yep.
I didn't make
Um,
no such deal. Also, Sop's not a god, so...
Yeah, he
now
is.
Yeah, he's literally a god.
Literally,
Whatever.
I've told you guys time and time again. Not a demon, not fae, God.
Whatever.
It's technically a
Like-
celestial.
He's like an eldritch god.
Well, is it?
Also, I like how at the beginning of the campaign, I was like, you know, I did the whole pact with the god thing, so I'm not gonna do that anymore. So like, here's some weird, like, creepy creature. So you just do whatever you want with that. Then you turn into a fucking god.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, originally I was kind of thinking of like a Traveler-esque kind of thing with Lorcan. And then I was like, nah, let's just fuck this up.
Wow.
But yeah, so I have a feeling that trying to find the moles is not going to happen. So maybe we should just start looking for the pieces that he's trying to use. We need to find the queen. And she won't she or he won't be far, or they, she, he, they won't be far from the
Well,
king.
That's the thing, is like the queen is the one who can move all around the board.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the most useful piece, but also the most vulnerable. So
Sometimes, depending on how you play.
Yeah. Maybe Lorcan?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I think
He's
it's going to be the
using
last
him
person
to-
we expect.
Well, then that doesn't really... Brainstorming about it really isn't going to help now, is
Or
it?
let me rephrase it. I think it's going to be the last person that is obvious. If someone seems obvious, they're already under too much suspicion.
So, I don't know.
Because some of the best moves you can do in the game are just to open up the pathways and wait.
You know, like Sav does.
Mhm. We also know that he doesn't do anything original. Everything he's been doing is exactly what Alarka did. He's just playing it the exact same way, but like slightly different. He's just taking more time and being
So
less direct.
What did Alaka do? Alaka got a hold of some guy, walked around as his avatar. He tried to infiltrate a cult
Yup.
using Kyla Uravela.
A white cloak, which we've already found.
Are we saying, like, if we find out who's really in charge of the Cult of the Eternal, that we might be able to figure out who some of those pieces are?
Well, that's the thing, is on the day of whatever, the collective day, the Obsidian Day, that's what it's called. On Obsidian Day, they thought that it was going to be Kyla.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kyla turned out to just be someone to open the gate. Mm-hmm. And then Heidelin destroyed her as he came out. Mm-hmm. And then as soon as they got through the gates, Alarka destroyed Heidelin in order to take his place.
That does beg the question, who is Sav's Heidelin?
Sarah.
Serena,
you know, a normal
is the Kyla.
Sailor Moon.
Serena is the Kyla.
I don't know.
Christmas starts walking over with a new stack of plates.
So
I'll set them down next to Magda.
hold on a second. No, the Heidelin cult worshipped Heidelin.
Yeah.
Keladir is Sav's Heidelin. That's who the Cult of the Eternal is interested in, right?
That's who they're interested in, but that's not who's running it.
No, it's not, but Heidelin wasn't running it either.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
Through Kyla.
Yeah. Serena mentioned that she has a piece that she's working on. She's trying to keep things safe. There's something that she's creating, or that they are creating, or something. Maybe another walker, maybe something else. But they're trying to...
You don't think that she might have access to the core staff, do you?
I think Saab is waiting to make the core staff known when it's too late. Exactly. So whoever has it will never find it until they use it.
I think maybe Saab might be manipulating her, or, you know, using her as a little soldier and maybe keeping it safe for him.
The note she left behind said, "Take him home as soon as you can. Don't let his guardian follow. We need to adjust some things."
Who has a guardian?
Which leads me to believe that they're cultivating somebody.
His guardian.
Obsidian Collective.
Yeah. Take him home as soon as you can. So, what if the guardian is a Lycari?
I will say the reason I said that is because you guys had already decided Serena was talking about the mole and the collective before.
Yeah.
Okay.
And whose guardian isn't following right now?
Yeah.
Kit.
Mm-hmm.
And
Alistair
Leon's...
did mention that he is in Frosthold.
I don't know. God damn it. I hate this. I hate being too stupid to figure this out.
It's not that you're stupid, you just don't have all the pieces.
It's also that literally Taiylor probably doesn't know, and so there's no pieces to pick up.
Oh no, I do know. I've known for months. That's the reason why my face is doing the things it's doing, is because I'm excited.
I just don't feel close enough yet. I'm like on the edge of a breakthrough, but...
You guys have pieces for several suspects.
Mm-hmm.
I really hate not having magic.
Why? What
I
do you
don't
wanna
have any
do?
magic that's helpful for this.
Do
Oh,
you
no.
do you want me to do something?
Oh yeah, you're here, aren't you?
Yeah, hi. I brought you more plates.
Hi. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm gonna take one and just kind of like absently throw it off to the side.
It's another fish.
Yeah.
His fish scream. Yep.
Insight check. Did Magda enjoy throwing that plate, and was she thankful that I brought more plates?
Insight
like
versus persuasion
I'm not hiding anything.
and or
so-
deception.
Okay. I mean, it was a 9 insight check, so it's not great.
I don't think it'd be very hard. She doesn't care too much about that anymore. She's focused more on what she know what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
Magda is too stuck in her head right now to think of things such as gratitude,
That's fair.
Yeah.
Mm.
which is kind of
Uh,
most of her life at this point.
Christmas.
Magda.
You don't know how to scry yet, do you?
Not yet, but I can look into it.
No one knows what Kit's up to.
I will say Leon Vanilla does have an amulet that he uses to protect himself. We had talked about getting
That's
that for
true.
Sala. I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
Yeah.
But I would wager that Kit probably wears something similar. In fact, actually, have we seen Kit wearing an amulet of any kind of sort that would match that?
Make me a retroactive perception check.
Okay.
I'll
He
say with
would have
advantage. I would say with advantage because
seen
you've
him a
seen
couple
him several times.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Bad. Not as bad. I rolled a 5 and a 6. So that's an 11.
You have noticed that Kit does wear a medallion that has the Elusir Nations symbol stamped into it.
Hmm.
And then I think there's another one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't, it might help confirm it, but honestly, like, I'm going to assume he's a member of the Obsidian Collective. He's an incredibly powerful
Yeah.
person.
You-
He is going to have taken steps to protect himself from being scryed
Well,
on.
I will say you are fairly certain that he does not wear much, if any, enchanted accessories, and certainly nothing major as what Leon wears. Leon has a amulet of protection from detection and divination or whatever. Kit does have some stuff, but Kit's also very much well, at least up until recently, very much I don't fucking have anything to hide and I don't care what people know about me. So he doesn't have one of those amulets.
Okay. I mean, I can always just say hello. That's something that I can do. But I'm starting to run out of the ability to do that today.
Well, maybe we could also table this because I think we need to focus more on this mission so that we get your mum back.
I can get into the vault without any problems. I just need to get in the house.
I know, I just am saying there's a lot on our plate right now, and also I have to figure out Callum and all that too. And which
I don't think Callum's not saying this to be insensitive. I don't think Callum's important to anybody except you.
that's not true.
Soph wants him for
said-
some reason.
I think he's distracting us.
No, we wanted to get him beforehand, remember, because he was able to summon Lorcan last time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so we need to get him, if we're going to be summoning Lorcan, back to get him separated from Soph.
We also do
That's
need
why
to reach out to Reap a Friend about that
Yes.
as well.
Which Ross was in charge of both looking over Callum and the connection to Karth. So...
Ross is, I'm assuming after what I sent him this morning. Yeah, it was this morning.
Was it this morning?
Yeah,
Jeez.
Ross and I are going to, I believe, have a conversation tomorrow at some point.
Okay.
Possibly.
Well, here's what we'll do. We'll get ready for this party. And then once that's all taken care of, then we can work on talking to Ross about getting Callum and Karth together to summon Morgan.
Question. You three who are currently here, what's your passive perceptions?
Mine is 17.
12.
Oh shit, mine's the highest?
As you guys are talking, Noah, you suddenly become aware that there is a presence behind you.
Behind me?
Behind you.
I'm gonna turn around really fast and pull my gun at the same time.
The barrel of your gun comes within inches of a wet dog nose as you see Volg standing there, staring at Magda.
Oh god.
Okay. Nice puppy.
Hello.
No blinking, just staring.
Which is hilarious because he's a blink dog.
Well, he's technically not a blink dog, but he is something.
I'm gonna dig into my bag and I'm gonna find like a little biscuit or something and hold it out to him.
You see the nose start to twitch,
You
but
want
he
this?
doesn't move.
You
Can I
sure?
boop him? Is he real?
Do you try to like boop him with your hand?
With the tip of my gun, yeah.
Yeah, you boop. He's real.
Okay. All right.
His eyes flicker to you for a second, and you hear a little like.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Insight check. Is he threatening
Is the
right
dog
now?
lying?
Or is he just like, what sort of behavior is he displaying?
Go
Is
for
this-
it.
We should be concerned, or...
Do I believe the dog?
There we go. 19.
The way he's looking at Magda, looks like he's waiting for something.
Yeah, I know. I'm not giving it to him. Come on, the biscuit.
You tell him, come on.
Oh, yeah, just like...
Yeah, as soon as you say anything that means go, he moves. And he just trundles right up to you. Mind you, his head is about the height of your chest. And
Jesus Christ.
And I'm
he's
tall.
enormous.
yeah. And he like starts snuffling, and ever so gingerly, with like those teeny front teeth, he takes this little piece of something.
That's what Bucky does. It's so
Crunch, crunch, crunch. You see the giant canine teeth, and just a few pieces fall out, and then he eats it out of the grass. And then he plops his butt down and just stares at you. Those of you who can see him from behind can see his little nubby tail just going.
Save the dog.
Oh god. Do I have a pet dog now?
I think
Is
you...
that a thing?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't just throw around the word dog like that.
We lose
But-
one NPC and gain another.
You a pet something. A pet Volg.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm more of a bird person, but... Alright.
Just so you know, because this is the first time Magda is seeing him up close and personal, he is a brown Doberman instead of the like solid black that most people are used to. He has scars going down the side of his face and around his eye, one that looks like it actually caught the edge of his eye at one point. He's wearing a green kerchief in the color of the Jade Street Crows. And you see on his left paw, like the wrist portion of his paw, there are ancient, like what look like bear trap tooth marks. Not ancient, old. I forget how old this dog is sometimes, but
Like
yeah.
6.
Several thousand years.
Yeah.
He's got a number of other scars around his body, but the bear trap looking one is really apparent. Like no fur will ever grow there again.
I look into this dog's eyes.
You see beautiful amber eyes that are ringed with red around the irises.
I cast Identify
Mm.
And I say,
on Volg.
Lorcan, is that you? Or not Lorcan. Sav, is that you? God, that gets so confusing.
Blink.
What does Noah get from Identify?
Yeah.
From
Identify.
Identify. Let me double check the specifics.
Volg Identify. He's a dog.
He's elk.
You instead touch a creature during the casting. You learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. I don't believe any spells are currently affecting him.
But it doesn't tell me like what he is.
No, Identify is for learning about magic-imbued objects and creatures. Volg is just this thing. He's not enchanted.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Right. Well. Can I reach a hand out for him to sniff?
He's just staring at you.
I just want him to sniff and then
The head comes forward a little bit and the nose starts going again.
okay, and then can I gently pet him
Yeah, you can.
on the head? Okay.
Right.
You do notice as you pet him that one of his tall, pointed ears has it's clipped off at about like a third.
This poor dog.
We do need to
He's
be
fine.
we do need to be careful walking around with him. Technically, we are in league with criminals right now, and this dog is technically one of them.
Yeah.
Technically?
I mean,
Well, it's going to draw a lot of attention.
I
Little
don't
nub
think
tail
a lot
just
of-
going.
I don't think a lot of people will be like, "Wow, that's that dog from the thing or whatever." As long as Tristan's not with him.
I
You don't?
think you are completely wrong.
Yeah. Agreed.
That literally
This is
says
a
in the
dog.
bounty
Dog.
poster that what the dog looks like and that it can be on its own and is still very intelligent and dangerous.
Yeah.
About that moment, you guys hear very distantly a sharp whistle, and Volg perks up, looks at Magda, and bolts. He takes a flying leap over the 7-foot-tall stone wall around the estate and disappears into the city streets.
Magda, do you still have your whistle?
I don't know. Okay, look, if Tristan was on the other end of that whistle, then it's like I don't want to take his dog back from him and
No,
make him upset.
No.
Do you still have it?
Yeah.
Are you
look
sure?
around in my
Did
pocket.
you-
Yeah.
I look around my pocket and I pull it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have it.
What you
Are there
heard
two?
was not like a whistle blast.
Yeah,
it was like somebody.
it was like a
Yeah.
yeah.
But Magda, actually, since you look in your pocket, you find a folded up piece of paper in there.
Oh God, I hate this game.
You
I hate
have
this
lowish passive perception.
I'll open it and I'll read it.
You see in very neat common the words, "I love you and I forgive you."
Oh.
Signed, J.
Oh, by the way, Jasper's gone. I don't know if you knew that already.
I had.
Okay, good.
Yep.
I figured Noah probably would say that, but just in case, because you never know.
You never know.
Yep.
I feel like it's almost crueler for Jasper to forgive her. Hurts more.
Okay, so are we gonna go buy clothes and stuff, or like whatever? Yeah.
Shopping episode.
Wait. I buy nice clothes. I'm done.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go change my lookup one more time.
Yeah, let's you guys can come up with outfits and shit in between sessions. But as you guys sort of mill around and try to figure out what the fuck you're gonna do in the future, 224th is generally uneventful after Tristan's visit. However, let me check my notes here.
Oh, don't skip to the next day just yet.
I'm not.
Okay.
Gotta get my notes. Magda, you will get a letter by Vodro post, like mid-afternoon, coming from Margot Gauthier. Basically telling you that Torre Honorbound is looking into the second cistern with Vesper, and there are plans to send a few higher-ranking like alchemists down to Frosthold to see what they can do about the Almatum that isn't being fueled by blood, because that's a completely different beast.
Okay.
But basically, an update from her assuring you that she got your request, Magister Sume approved, and they're working on it.
And it's Vodro, it's not a scroll.
It's a letter by Vodro Post, it's not a scroll.
Okay. Whatever. Okay.
In that same vein, who did she send it to? Probably Noah. Noah, you will
Another
get
one.
a Vodro letter from Vesper and Morgan, basically saying that they have the second cistern under guard while they figure out how to completely take it down. Thankfully, the Almatum issue seems to have been completely caught and neutralized across the city.
Oh, good.
Vesper is pretty confident that there are no traces left, but the Lila Ritter are making very careful investigations along basically any route that you guys or Walter took during that day. What else?
I'll share that with everybody.
And it's worth noting that sometime during the day, Walter does come out of the cellar. Looking a little paler than usual, a little worn out. But he will put up the magnificent mansion for you guys before too long, because it does last a good while. But basically, if you have anything specific you need from the manor, it is available to you. But yeah, that's generally what happens during the day.
Could I actually?
Could you actually?
At night,
At night.
go into the Magnificent Mansion and maybe look in the library on stuff about the Heidelin cult and do some sort of put two and two together check about like what could possibly be, just going off of what Noah was talking about of like, you know, what Sav is attempting to do with like the cult, and like if that gives us any leads on like who might be the Heidelin of the situation and stuff like that. Or
So a thing you should know about this library is that it is essentially everything Walter has read and remembers from like studying and research. So you're not like going to a city library. You're looking into what Walter knows, which could be helpful.
I figured that he is a fan of the original Obsidian Collective, so that's why I was doing that.
No, I understand. I was just explaining the specifics, lest somebody think they're going to find like a book Walter's never heard of. Go ahead and make an investigation check. A research check. Okay. Searching through the library, you do find quite a bit of content about the original Obsidian Collective. And knowing that this is stuff Walter knows, it's kind of like, boy howdy, this guy has some heroes. And like, it's not just Silas and Marin. There's also like Kit, Kenna, Ithane, Ansem is in there because obviously he's the predecessor to all the gun shit. But basically the original Obsidian Collective and all of their like close comrades, there's something about each one of them here. And there's a rather extensive selection about Alistair Altera as well. But as for Obsidian Day itself, you sort of get the chance to reiterate what you know and like sort out the timeline, where you know that the Obsidian Collective took a stand in front of the Realm Gate against Kyla and a number of White Cloaks from around the world, including a couple that had previously been friends of the Obsidian Collective members and had been taken over, such as Nikolai and that orc dude.
Tamar.
Oh, Tamar.
Yeah. There are a couple others too, but those are the
I
big
still
ones.
feel bad about Tamar.
Yeah, well,
he's
dead now.
Read about how Sylphia Hartstead and Alistair Altera were there standing alongside the Obsidian Collective. How in fighting Kyla, the spirit of Ulgar Heidelin was released, and he killed Kyla in his bid to pass through the activated realm gates. On the other side, a man known as Kellogg, the creator of Alistair Altera's lich form, had Senna and had somehow extracted the core staff from her, leaving her on the verge of shattering permanently. And of course, Atlaran was there. And Ilarka made himself known, absorbing Heidelin, and there was a big old fight, and Marin shot the shit out of him in one big-ass final fiery blast. And, like, you've got all that straight. That all makes sense. You know where everybody went, except for the core staff. And you know that Kellogg was obliterated by Ilarka as well. Going on to... going on to compare stories with sort of your own notes, there's a really easy connection to be made between Kyla and Serena, where you don't know exactly what Serena's role is, but she's clearly some kind of officer, and she's clearly doing some secretive shit, which is right up Kyla Urvela's alley. The question is, who actually is Serena? Because all you know about her is that she's a Goliath in the Cult of the Eternal. You do start to think, this idea starts to come to you that you saw Miguel as a leader, especially considering the fact that he was carrying such a legendary weapon. But you start to realize Miguel was a figurehead.
Mm-hmm.
Serena was the one actually in charge. She was the one who ran things. As for parallels to Ilarka, that's obvious. Sov. Makes perfect sense with them being part of the same group, the Horsemen of the Dissolution. As for the Heidelin Connection, you guys have already thought about Keladir. But the big difference here is that the Cult of the Eternal loves Keladir. She doesn't love them, which is completely different from Heidelin, who basically spent his every waking moment trying to help the cult get him back. And that's another big difference. Heidelin was scattered, and part of him lost outside of the Demiware. Keladir's here. And she doesn't want anything to do with the Cult of the Eternal. Other Lycari cross your mind, but it's someone... You don't know if it's someone you haven't thought of yet, but you don't think it's a Lycari that equates with Heidelin. It's somebody else. And it may be that they are really not akin to Heidelin at all. They have a similar role, but they don't have the same motivations. They may not even know what they're doing. And so, essentially what I'm saying is the mole in the collective could be your Heidelin.
That's true too. Yeah.
But with 14, I feel like that's rather generous.
It would be a good Heidelin in the cult. It probably would be Kit, right? Because, like, if he's working on all of the Almatum stuff, if his goal is the Awaz tree, then, you know, that makes a lot of sense.
You do find an exorbitant amount of shit about the Awaz tree in here as well.
Yeah.
And all of the ley line crossroads in Frosthold.
Okay.
We also now know that there's a way to harvest residuum crystals from those things without them disappearing.
Mm-hmm. Once I'm done with all of that, I'm going to find the story, the like kid's storybook that tells about the Obsidian Collective.
Yeah, yeah, that's
everything.
not hard to find.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna sit there and read that.
So something you've noticed in some of these books, the ones with like real world titles that are not just compilations of what Walter knows, some of them are missing pages, some of them are missing paragraphs that are just blank because Walter doesn't remember what they said. Yeah. But when you find this like kids version of Obsidian Day, it is there in perfect detail.
No. Yeah.
And yeah, you read about the cool anime scene where everybody drew their weapons and where Kit was like, we're the Obsidian Collective, and then Sylphie was like, fuck yeah, hammer. But this like children's version also contains like little passages about the original members and like their life before the conflict with the Heidelin cult. So there's like a bit about how Bulwark was the hero of Calicar Harbor and how he earned his place in the Urukalo Fighters Guild and all that. There's Kit's story, which is decidedly sadder. A lot sadder, but it gets cool when they start talking about how he would attack Huldron Company locations. There's bits about Alistair, there's bits about Sylphie. It's all very like toned down for kids, but and then there's also bits and pieces about just sort of friends of the Obsidian Collective, like Clay and Mia. And you actually find in this book there is a passage that talks about most of these friends having like memorials placed for them by Kit after they died, by Kit or Kenna, around the world. And you, of course, already know of Mia Zephyrs in Awaz.
Oh, no.
What?
Who's the one person who knows where everything's at?
Kit.
That's concerning. Because that one's in Awaz.
Yep.
Where are the other ones? Does the book say where? The other ones are?
Memorials?
I'm talking about Senna's Key.
Senna's
Oh.
He knows where it is. He's the only one.
Yeah. The book does not contain anything about a vault under the Hartstead statues, so...
Or inside Sylphie.
Kit made sure nobody else knew about that. For the most part. I can think of one person who knows.
Yeah.
Maybe two.
Sylphie and Marin's ashes are also sealed within that vault.
Yep.
Which means they have access to pieces of them.
Yeah. Marin,
if
Sylphie,
they wish
Silas,
to draw them back.
Marin, Sylphie, Silas, and Ziegler are in that vault. Pieces of them.
So the thing about that, Ben, which, you know, I see your logic there. For true resurrection to happen, the person can't have died of natural causes, I don't think. Like, they can't have died from old age.
I thought you could resurrect anybody.
Hold on. Checking. Touch a creature that's been dead no longer than 200 years and died for any reason except old age.
Oh, okay.
If the creature's soul is free and willing, it is restored to life with all its hit points and a new body.
Okay.
Yeah, what if Kit wants his friends back, but it's been too long, or their souls aren't willing?
Well, then he's got to fucking deal with it, then, doesn't he?
Tell that to Walter. No. Fucking with you.
Yeah, I know.
Mostly.
I'll just keep reading the book and just remember when my mom used to read it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. I believe Koop wanted to do something.
Before I do anything, I have a question.
Yeah.
It's getting to the point where Christmas is a pretty able spellcaster. In terms of his knowledge of like magic and spells and just like this stuff, where he's at right now, how would that rank against someone like Isaac? Is Isaac pretty? Did he seem like he was a pretty well-informed guy who would know more and be more powerful than Christmas would be right now?
Than Christmas right now? Christmas would probably be like a step below Isaac.
Okay.
Not much.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to defer what I said I was going to do. So never mind. And by that I mean I'm going to defer what I didn't say I was going to do, but what I thought in my head I was going to do, I won't do. I'll wait until a later time to potentially do that thing and not do it right now.
Cool.
I have one thing that I wanted to do.
Ja?
Once everybody was in the tower for the night, I wanted to ask the tower 2 questions. I wanted to ask it to show me the core staff or the core crystal, just to make sure. And I wanted to ask it to show me if there are any walkers in the house.
Those are some very charged questions.
How powerful is this mansion?
I mean, it's a pretty
So
high spell.
Is it sentient? Does it know everything?
Is
Mansions.
the tower a walker?
What is the answer to everything?
Is the mansion a walker?
You guys have Walter, Sala, and Gwen, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It would also be important to note Foostrak's not in there.
Okay.
He never came back to the guest house.
Is that something that we should tackle?
I feel like we
prior
would
to
notice
this?
that. Yeah.
Is that something that everyone should be alerted about?
Yeah.
and
Do we
scared
want to?
of?
Do we
Yeah,
want to play
probably.
that part of the game first?
Yeah, let's do
Yeah,
that.
that would
real
have
quick.
been
Yeah, why
helpful to
didn't-
know.
Yeah, why didn't you mention that earlier?
I was going to, and then Ash was just going off on her own thing. So
Okay.
yeah,
We'll say that while Magda's in the library, somebody's like, where the fuck is Foostrak? And then you guys go
Yeah.
check.
Okay. We go find Foostrak.
Yeah. Where the fuck is Foostrak?
Where in the world is Foostrak Broadhorn?
he's right where you left him.
Wildborn.
Wildborn.
He's sitting under that oak tree, probably surrounded by pieces of bark that he has punched off of it, with just bloody hands.
Well, fuck, the cleric's not here.
Yep.
That's okay.
Yeah.
When we find him, I will place a hand on his shoulder and cast Cure Wounds.
Your wounds.
Just so you know, Taylor, I gave myself an additional 25 damage.
Jesus Christ.
You can
Yeah.
take 16 of that back.
Yeah. You see your knuckles and hands start to knit closed, and the whole group sort of gathers around you, and it's actually Sala who steps forward, and she kneels next to you, and just puts her hand on your arm.
Like his face is still like straight down from the eyes. It's just wet fur.
Yeah.
Ew.
She reaches into a pocket and takes out a kerchief, and she just sort of starts cleaning up your face. Not saying anything.
I'll just put a hand on Foostrak's back as well. I won't say anything.
I don't know what to do. He needs someone out there with him.
think the part where I fucked up Foostrak was I underestimated how much he could handle. I think maybe you just need to give him room to grow.
I think at this point I would stand up and I would probably get in Magda's face and just say, I blame you for this.
Good, me too. What else you got?
I don't know if I should stay here and help all of you. I don't know if I should go and try and help all of him. I don't know if I should just turn you into fucking paste on this ground right now.
Magda, you feel Gwen's hand on your arm as she steps up beside you.
You kept that from him. How long have you known?
It's been, I don't know, a month maybe.
Where were we when you found out?
I literally don't remember.
Hold on, I'm pulling up the letter now.
Okay. I think we were still in Frosthold.
You guys were in Manas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What was it you said back in the... What was it you said back in that cabin? There wasn't a good time?
That wasn't.
Too much going on?
Yeah, and you know what, Foostrak? I did exactly the fucking same thing that you wanted, that you do, too, is you protect him.
10 days.
Coddle him.
10 days. In Locke's Landing with nothing to fucking do but sit on our asses, and you could not tell him?
He had a hand in getting that crown back. He had a hand in getting that crown back, and he was going to blame himself. So I'm sorry if I looked at him and thought he couldn't handle it. I did the exact same thing that you want to do. You want to hold his hand and not let him move on and be his own person. But I was wrong, okay?
You were incredibly wrong about every single fucking thing that you just said. I have never once lied to him. You didn't tell him for one big fucking reason. You can't think of anyone but your fucking self.
Yeah, maybe. You're right. I'm turning around and I'm walking away. I'm going back into the mansion.
Gwen is still standing there looking at you, Foostrak. There's no, malice to her gaze, even though she clearly just sort of interposed herself.
Yeah.
But she's just sort of neutral, waiting to see what you're going to do.
I look at her and, my eyes are just fucking red from being upset, and Like, there's a lot of fucking rage and just hurt in him. But, like, he's trained long enough to know how to shut that down. And so it just kind of fades away, and he looks at her and just, like, nods his head and, like, holds up a hand at her before he turns away. Just like I'm fine.
There's just this, to you, it's just the smallest amount of resistance, because Sala is still holding on to you, but you feel Gwen come up and wrap an arm around you, and Sala wraps an arm around you. And they both hold you for a second.
Oh, at that point, I just break down.
Yeah.
Just, like, fucking collapse onto the ground.
Oh, yeah. Gwen will make sure you don't go down too hard. But... what does Magda go do?
Thinking about that.
I also
think
literally
she-
had Gwen's sheet in front of my face with her interception ability in case you actually hit Magda.
Yeah, I have a few spells prepared that would have helped with that too.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I think I start to go back to the mansion, but I stop. And then I leave. I'm going off the estate. What time is it?
Early evening.
Okay.
Still light.
I'm gonna go back to the statue, to Hartstead Square.
Okay. This, by the time you get there, it is starting to get a little dark, and the square is beginning to empty as people put away market stalls, finish up their shopping, and start to disperse across the city to get back home. But in the evening, you see that all of Hartstead Square is surrounded by a ring of electric lanterns. And standing guard still are a number of decorated knights that sort of patrol around the square. But the statue and the tree and the fountain are sort of just on their own now, that there's nobody else there.
What do I want to do? I'm gonna just, like, look up at Marin specifically. And you said there's still guards around and everything, yeah?
They're not, like, close by. They just sort of keep an
Okay.
eye around the square.
I guess I'll just kind of mumble, like, this under my breath, but, like, it's so easy to be a saintly motherfucker, isn't it? Build statues about you because you were just so selfless, so good. Maybe that's the difference between you and me.
You hear from behind you.
The spirit of
Actually,
Marin.
she had her moments, but she wasn't perfect. It's easy to be a saint when history forgets all your mistakes.
Foostrak's right.
I think Foostrak is angry.
I wanted to protect Jasper.
Mm.
I did, but also I wanted to protect my fucking self. Because I'm really the reason that Olgra's dead.
Sav is the reason Olgra is dead.
I'm the other half of that equation.
You didn't have a choice.
Yes, I fucking do.
Your choice was do what he said or die. And Walter steps up next to you with his arms crossed. Still not looking great after his previous panic attack. And he looks up the statues and says, "You know, Sylvia Hartstead was certainly not a saint. The furthest thing from it, I think. She spent a good long time looking after no one but herself, and according to what little writing there is from and about her, she felt guilty each time she did something wrong because she wondered how her sister would think of her. And the thing that made her less selfish was finding people to care about again. I'd say you're already on the way there, and you're dragging me along with you against my will.
Honestly, at first it was just to get you out of the way, but
I know. I wanted to tell you something. Thank you.
for what, bothering you to death?
For giving enough of a damn to try to save me.
Well, I don't think there's a lot of people in this world not worth saving, I guess.
Does that
Hence
include
why
you?
I'm even here. Don't turn this into some cheesy morality thing that some...
Do you know who you're talking to? Morality and Walter Dyne do not mix.
Foostrak and I have been together since the beginning of all this. If he doesn't want me around, then I don't see much reason to stick around.
Well, I personally can think of 5, 6 reasons. He's going to be angry. He's going to want to rage against you, against whatever he can. Because that's what sorrow and anger do. Trust me, I've had my fair share. And eventually he's going to get enough of it out that he's going to start thinking clearly again. And in this instance, he may forgive you, but you're going to have to earn back trust. Forgive but don't forget, that sort of thing. You know, this is such a shallow example, but fuck it, if it helps. When we were in college, I accidentally destroyed Amelia's thesis project. She'd been working for months on it. And I was positive she was going to leave me and never speak to me again. But I did everything I could to try to make it up to her, but the damage was done. I was too careless. I was too unwilling to take responsibility for it as well. But once she had a moment to cool down and we could talk like sensible people, I did everything I could to help her get back to where she had been. And that, and time, and a lot of effort resulted in our relationship being repaired stronger. Again, it's a thesis project seems like such a ridiculous thing in this circumstance, but you know.
What'd you do to it?
What?
What'd you do to it? Did you blow it up or something?
Yep. She was working on her project in our shared study space, and I was working on conjuration practice. And I summoned a creature that ripped through the entire room before I could get rid of it. Because I was cocky and thought I could control it.
And I bet you had different workspaces after that, didn't you?
Yep.
Hmm.
Yes. I have decided to abandon the AWAS tree project.
Good.
I don't know what's going to happen in these next days, weeks, months, whatever it takes. But I'm going to have to start getting used to the title of widower, I suppose.
For what it's worth, I'm very sorry.
What?
I know what it's like to cling to the idea of what your life was and to finally realize that it's not going to be that way anymore. I accepted the deal with Sav not because I was so just... Maybe I thought I was head over heels in love at the time, but I'd given so much of myself to him. And to think that he would be gone forever after I had put everything into us, it was more than I could bear. It's not quite the same thing.
No, it is disturbingly similar. Different circumstances, same outcome.
I think I'm finally getting over that.
Well, I should hope so. You have quite an interesting girlfriend.
I don't know, maybe she hates me now too. Who the fuck knows?
I really don't know if Gwyn Harrensdaughter is capable of hate. Disappointment, yes, but
That's worse.
she's disgustingly nice.
Yeah, I know.
I suddenly have a very free schedule for a very long time. I think once we finish with all this Sov nonsense, I think I may rejoin the Guild of the Gate. Continue not Amelia's work, but mine.
It's a very noble effort.
Running around looking important, calling myself a chaser. Ah, yes, very noble.
They do good work.
Sometimes. And then sometimes they produce people like Ethane Molinarch.
So there you go. You'll be written down in the annals of history. I'm gonna look back up at the statue. I'm just saying. I don't know if I'm that noble.
I don't
Once
know
this
if
is all-
any of you are that noble.
I think once this is all done, I just want to go home. I used to hate the idea of taking over my dad's shop once he was gone and everything, but I don't know. I think I kind of just want to be bored for a little while. For the rest of my life, maybe. I'm okay with that.
I think that you will make a wonderful Taiylor? Cobbler? What does your father do?
Cobbler.
Oh,
Cobbler.
yes. Sorry.
I know
You
your whole
have-
life story, and you don't even know what my dad does for a living. Wow.
Listen. A lot has been happening these past 13
I'm just
years.
taking the piss. I'm just taking the piss out of
I
you. Calm
know, and I hate it.
down. I know, that's why it's so funny.
You sound like Leon. Well, first things first, we need to get your friend back. We need to get Christine.
Guys, shut up.
What?
I can't hear either of you two, but I just see you guys go.
We made the same joke at the same time, but we were both on mute.
What's
Yep,
the
yep.
joke?
You said first things first, and we were both like, I'm the realist.
Oh my god.
We need to get your friend Lorcan back, because I know you two are just so close. course, Christine and whatnot, but I would really like to see if maybe we can come out the other side of this without having to fight with Tristan. But whenever we do get into the Feywild, I would very much appreciate if people would help me just eradicate the Fomorians.
Bull.
Okay.
And, I'd really like to not fight with Tristan too, but if he so much as looks in Gwen's direction, it's gonna be on sight. So.
Be very careful with that.
I don't care. She's lovely and he's an asshole. Want to punch
She
his
is
fucking
not-
face every time that he opens his mouth. Yeah, she is.
God, you're making me smile and laugh. I hate it.
You gotta, like, flex the muscle a little
I
bit.
know, it makes my face hurt.
Yeah. Alright. I'm done sulking.
No, you're not. You're Magda Wrenly.
Well, I gotta sleep at some point, so.
Come on.
Meh.
He takes you. He doesn't like link arms with you, but he sort of like puts a hand on your shoulder and just sort of scoots you along.
Scoop.
But you head back to the manor. And I think, unless anybody has anything urgent.
If we can pick up next time with Christmas and Foostrak talking, because we want to have a
Yes.
conversation too.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have it. I just need to, like, for realsies, be done at like 3:30.
Okay.
Well,
we
considering
Well,
how
'cause
much
we
we
still have
fuck
to do the-
around.
We still have to do the outro too.
yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
and yeah.
It'll have
let's-
more emotional impact now, but for timing purposes,
If
Just do it.
we'll do it. It won't be as long as that conversation was. We'll just
Okay.
do it. So, I'm just gonna move around to be like in front of Foostrak where he is.
Curled up on the ground.
Foostrak, look at me.
He like peeks out. His fucking eyes are all wet and red.
Normally, I would wait until you've cooled down a little bit more to say something like this, but we don't have that kind of time. This is what Sav wants. This is exactly why he did what he did. We already lost Jasper. We can't lose you, too. Don't talk yet. I'm not done. We don't get to make choices for other people. Magda doesn't get to do it. I don't get to do it. You don't get to do it. Tristan fucking Kepler sure as shit doesn't get to do it. And Sav doesn't get to do it. Neither do you. It is probably not for the best that this is the situation we find ourselves in, but it is where we are. We can be at each other's throats and threaten each other, or we can do what Jasper did, and we can forgive Magda for what has happened. And we can move on, and we can fight the real enemy, which is Sav. I'm not going
He's
to
out
tell
there.
you to forgive Magda. It's entirely up to you whether you do that or not. I'm just telling you that there are more important things right now, and we can't afford to be mad at each other like this.
He's out there with no one. I know he's capable, but he's out there on his own, presumably going to be hopping a ship on his own. With all the shit that we're going up against right now, I don't like it.
That's his choice.
It is. I just don't know what mine should be.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you leave, I like our odds against someone like Sav a lot less. And if Sav wins, it's not just Jasper that's going to suffer, it's going to be everybody.
Wish my wife was here.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. And I'll actually pull out the letter that I got from Wayafin and I'll hand it to Christmas.
Okay. I'll take it. Like, wow, I guess you really want someone to beat the shit out of you that bad. That's okay. You could have just asked me. And then I'll read the letter.
Oh,
It's a bit long. I can give you a Cliff Notes if you want.
I'll take the Cliff Notes version.
So basically, she apologized for, like, how she'd been treating our relationship, how she'd been expecting me to act within our relationship within conditions, and how she put conditions and stipulations on our relationship. She talked about how after she left the tribe, she found that the people of Constanos were exceptionally diverse and very freely giving and generous. Basically the exact opposite of how the clan portrays them. And how she wants to meet Jasper, and how she wants to get to meet Rayoru again, and how she understands my viewpoint, and she's kind of coming to agree to it a lot more. She also alludes in there about having something interesting to show me in regards to Zerai after I told her that I was chosen by LM.
I'm good. I read it.
Okay. Jesus, You read that fucking fast. Goddamn.
Yeah, I'm a fast reader.
Yeah.
Well, ain't that a thing?
oh,
Yep.
wait. I think I sent you the wrong one. Whoops. I did. I sent you her first letter. Ignore that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, her first letter's mean.
Yes. Sorry.
I was going to say, some of the things you were saying, I was like, I don't see this, but okay.
Well, at least now you have context for how much she changed.
In a month.
Yeah, I'm not
Over the
reading
course
this.
of, like,
I'm not
3
reading this one that fast. So I'm glad
Yeah.
you said all of that.
Yeah.
She does have Torov and Valkyrie with her, though, and that might be a problem.
Especially because Valkyrie definitely wants to kill Foostrak. And
Yeah.
Torov is too loyal to him to question him. But yeah, she sort of came to the realization of what Foostrak's doing, but also what Taiylor is doing. And she realizes now that she has left the clan for a little while that there is a happy medium between tradition and adaptation. And that's what Foostrak has been trying to get at the whole time.
I think this is something to be happy about. So, what, you're thinking about going home now?
Hell no. I sent a letter to my dad saying I ain't going back, and he basically said, if you don't come back, I will drag you back kicking and screaming.
He's gonna have to go through the rest of us first.
Yeah, part of me's a little worried about that. The old man ain't no slouch.
Well, I'll tell you what. This, and I'll just hold up the letter. This is for tomorrow. Right now you are upset. You just threatened to kill one of your friends.
Sure did.
You need to go to sleep. And you need to clear your head. And you need to wake up in the morning with a clear head. And then figure out what you want to do. Now is not the time to make those decisions. Okay?
Yeah.
And as long as it's not killing Magda, whatever decision you decide to make, I will stand by you.
Kill
And
Hector.
Noah will too, right, Noah? Just kind of standing there silently. It's weird. Sometimes we can't get you to shut up, and other times you just
Am I here?
stand there
Yes.
silently,
Yeah.
and it's just...
Gwen
it's,
and Sala are here too.
it's like
so-
there's
I
just a
guess I'm still
statue
here.
there sometimes.
Well, I was thinking about some things that I needed to do later. Yeah.
Where do you go? You just...
Where
do
Where
you
am
just,
I?
The eyes glaze over, and it's just...
It's solved.
He goes
Wow.
to a place called Earth.
I don't even want to imagine what Noah's mind palace is like. That is a completely different hellscape.
It's just like a
That's
haunted carnival.
That's actually a 10th level spell, is sending people into Noah's mind palace.
Oh, God.
It's just a fate worse than death.
It's Freddy Krueger's boiler room.
BT Dubs, Noah,
Yeah.
as evening draws in, a
Yes.
Vodro letter pops up in front of
Oh
you.
God, another one.
God.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
It's like
this
walking
one
around with a
has-
post office.
Right.
This one has
It's like
no
email.
return name. It doesn't have an address to you on it. It's just a blank envelope with a Vodro stamp. But you find on the back of it, where it's sealed, Tristan's bind rune is on it.
Ooh.
Okay. I'll go ahead and open it.
Take
Inside,
3 steps back.
inside, you find a sheet of paper that is
Oh.
folded
The bomb.
up.
And my mother's finger.
No.
And you find written in lovely, loopy, Nomi handwriting,
Mm-hmm.
your mother's handwriting. It basically says, "Oh, hi, bud." But she writes to you basically saying, Tristan Kepler, whom she now knows who he is, walked into where he's been holding her, moved her to an actual bedroom, and gave her paper and ink and a pen to write a letter to you to prove that she was alive.
Can I look it over and make sure that it's not forged? Do I
Sure.
believe it?
Go for it.
Okay,
You can
what's that roll?
either make an investigation or an insight check. Investigation for forgery, insight for whether or not you believe what she's saying.
Definitely
Oh my God.
investigation.
Okay,
Could you imagine if Chris just been dead this entire time?
she has.
That's terrible.
Unnatural 20.
Unnecessary. All right. You
inherently know your mother's handwriting.
Okay.
She's the one who taught you to write. That's why your handwriting sucks. Well, it's up to you whether or not you think it sucks, but
No, that's fine.
I'm just channeling mom cursive.
Yeah.
But you know, like, all the weird different ways that she loops certain letters and how sometimes M's accidentally get turned into N's because she just squishes it all close together, and sometimes there's T's missing their cross because she writes too fast and can't keep up with herself. This is absolutely Christine's handwriting, and it's in her tone of writing as well.
Okay.
She goes on to berate you for like half a page, saying, I fucking told you to put the Obsidian Collective on it. You weren't supposed to come here. And you could just hear her shouting in your head. But she ends it off by saying, I'm so proud of you, bud. So proud. You're a big, dumb idiot, but I'm so proud. I can't wait to see next year, I guess.
Oh, that's because it's New Year. Ha.
Yeah, it's tempted a joke.
Sorry. I thought she was being like, oh, if you've grown this much this year, like, let's see what happens by the end of next year. Okay.
Also, P.S. I heard about the train heist. Good job, bud.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Good to know. Yeah. Okay.
And that is where we're going to end for today.
Yeah. I need a drink.
I thank you for making me contemplate whether or not I was ready to kill Foostrak.
I wasn't gonna fight you.
Hey, at least I didn't punch Magda this time.
Gwen was going to fight him.
Yeah,
Gwen was absolutely going to fight him.
Anyway, thank y'all for joining us for the Atlaran Adventuring Company. You can find us on Twitter at AtlaranADVCo. You can also find all of our links and everything basically we're about to talk about on our link tree, which you should see on screen or in the description wherever you're watching or listening. Please check out our Redbubble link. Buy a couple designs, some stickers, some shirts, support the stream. We are currently working on the novel version of Campaign 1, which we're thinking is going to go out in later June. And then I do believe, let me check my calendar here. Do we have a day coming up where we needed to pre-record?
I think so.
I don't think until May when I'm on my honeymoon.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. Okay.
I'm also going to be gone a weekend in May too.
Yeah. We will. I mean, pre-recording doesn't really affect too much, but we will let people know when that's going to happen. Other than that, oh God, I did not sleep last night. Ash.
Howdy, people. My name's Astrid Knight. You can find me basically everywhere at Astrid K Writes or on my website, astridknight.com. I've written a book. It's called Perception Check. The book 1 of the Mages of Elmira saga. It is now up for pre-order on Amazon for ebooks and also on my website if you want a physical signed copy. Those are on sale right now. I'm working on trying to get major distribution for other physical copies and stuff to like Barnes and Noble and stuff like that. So, yeah. And then that's... Oh, no, wait. Today, I should probably talk about the thing I'm doing after this.
if you're looking for something to watch after this, I'm going to be on the YouTube channel for Raul Reads, Raul Reads, the word reads, with Raul, who runs that, and Jamie Bean, another friend of the show. We're just going to talk about writing and books and shit. So, yeah. So that's gonna be at 4 Eastern, 3 Central, season Central time. But yeah, that's it.
Like,
Hi, my name is Blake R. Wolfe. You can find me at blakerwolfe.com, BLAKERWOLFE.com. I write fantasy books. Most of them are. I currently have 3 series going on right now. I'm going to minimize this because it takes forever to go through all these books. I have 2 kind of epic series and a Portal Fantasy series. Usually I'm dropping about a book every month or every other month, roughly. Yeah, they're all like fantasy, D&D, gay people, and I really like MacGuffins, so those are in there too.
Some of my favorite things.
McMuffins.
Fantasy.
No,
D&D,
I don't like those.
gay people.
Yeah.
You don't like McMuffins?
No, I
Aw.
don't. I don't really
yeah,
like
okay.
any McDonald's food because it's trash. Hashtag please don't sponsor us. I hate you. Anyway, so yeah. And that's what I do. So you can go check those out. I think there's like images over to the side so you can see the covers and stuff. But yeah.
oh,
Who's next? Yeah, Harris.
Yeah, Zack.
Or Gale. Or whatever the fuck.
I was gonna say I was waiting for Taiylor. Hi, I'm Zachary Gale. You can find me on Twitter at ZacharyGAuthor. I write horror stories. I have my first collection of short horror fiction coming out in October. It's called Some Empty Houses Might Really Be Haunted. It is currently in the editing process. I'm super excited to be able to finally share everything with you. And I've actually already started work on collection 2. So that's fun. I have about 3 stories, like kind of outlined a little bit for it. And yeah, that's kind of most of what I do. My wife does stickers. She has a Redbubble shop, leniedraws.com, LENIE draws.com. She's also doing all the stickers for Ash's book, Perception Check.
Yeah.
She's working on printing them today. So yeah, that's gonna be super dope. So if you pre-order Ash's book, then you get some stickers with it.
Yeah.
Also, Koop normally does the not a sponsor, but I have come across a absolutely wonderful tabletop RPG for our hashtag not a sponsor, and it is called Wander Home by Jay Dragon. It is from Possum Creek Games, and it is super adorable, super wholesome, no dice rolls. You don't even have to have a DM if you don't want to, and it is extraordinarily inclusive and very adorable and all about trauma and healing and being nice and doing nice things. So if your campaign is all doom or gloom, we don't know what that feels like.
Not at all.
This might be the great little therapy that you need with a little bit of happiness with cute animals.
Listen.
Yeah, that's me.
Just because I like complex plots. Anyway.
You took away my baby.
Listen, I didn't take away your baby. Somebody didn't tell him sooner, so you guys got more and more attached.
Somebody.
Also, referring to him as
Yeah,
my baby implies possession,
Yeah.
which is not true.
Which is
It's
9/10 of the law.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, I
He's
know.
an adult.
Anyway, hey, it's
Yeah.
my turn, and I've got a bit to do, okay? Hey, what's up? I'm me. My Twitter's over there. There's nothing there. You can go check it out if you want to. All of my not a sponsored bullshit was taken from me today. Everyone decided to do their whatever. So this is a bit in progress. Wow. We'll update you guys next time when I have the bit completed. I'm still workshopping some things. So for now, what I'll say is buy this person's books. Buy this person's books. Buy this person's wife's stickers. Okay? Do it. Watch the thing that this person is doing after this. Do it.
Yeah.
Because it's cool. And have that this is tough because there's like people in between on the stream. Taiylor
That's cool.
it's editing. You'll hear about that in just a second. Go write something to be edited, and then get it edited.
Wow.
By Taiylor.
Wow.
And
why
that's
pay for
it.
marketing when
That's
you could just
the rest of that's.
I'm gonna throw this out there. Taylor's used to be my favorite part because of the IY thing. Koop's outro is now my favorite part of this because it's nothing but pure fucking
Because
chaos.
it's Sam Regal.
Anyway, that's
And Laura Bailey.
That's all that I've got. Go buy our merch. Taiylor, it's you.
No, you already did it.
Cool.
No,
hey everyone. My name is Taiylor Wallace. You can find me at
Anyway.
TAIYLORWALLACE
Taiylor Beef Tips
on
Wallace.
Twitter. Please spell it wrong or you'll never find me. I also do the editing. You can find me at Sonder_editing on Twitter or www.sonderediting.com. I try to make myself available for like people who don't want to pay their first 3 children to have their stuff edited.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of kids.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
that's. Did I do it right? Was that better than last time?
Tips.
Yep. Thanks. Beef tips.
God damn it.
Do I-
I want this to be the bit that gets put on YouTube and fucking skyrockets our Twitch subscriptions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, also,
we
please
would never
subscribe to
play
us
again.
on Twitch if you aren't already, because we're only 5 subscribers away from being whatever they call it, the Twitch partner thing, and then whatever. Anyway, is that it?
Taiylor has died inside,
Yeah, I really have.
and Koop might be next.
No, he'll die on the outside
I'll
because
die on the
Taiylor would have
outside.
killed him.
Yeah.
Are we done?
Thanks for watching. Hit that bell.
Shut up! You don't get this privilege anymore.
Like and subscribe.
Like,
Thank you all for joining us. I am so sorry. Not to you fuckers. But have a good rest of your weekend. We're gonna go sing karaoke. Well,
Yeah.
so.
I'm gonna do music of the night from Phantom of the Opera.
oh
my
god.
God.
Cool.
Goodbye.
I've done it before. It sucks.
Goodbye.
Bye.